And we're live. Morning thoughts, morning thoughts, morning thoughts. Shout out to the people going out to work this morning. Shout out to the people coming in from work this morning. Extra special big up shout out to the people who work multiple jobs. I have the utmost respect for you. Shout out to my entrepreneurs, my stay at home moms and pops, my retirees. Shout out to the drivers. Shout out to the Uber driver, Lyft driver, truck driver, taxi driver, food delivery drivers, round town and long distance truck drivers. Shout out to the garbage truck driver, the school bus drivers. Shout out to whatever it is you do for a living. Shout out to you. Shout out to law enforcement personnel, medical field personnel, military personnel. Shout out to the AC techs, construction workers, heavy equipment operators. Shout out to whatever it is you do, strippers on poles. Shout out to secretaries in offices. Shout out to chefs in kitchens, dishwashers, bus boys. Shout out to whatever it is you do for a living. Shout out to you. You get up, you go work, you earn honest bread. Shout out to you. That's what we're about. Productivity and progress, my friend. Here we are on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Today is the 1st of July, 2025. I think summer is here now, right? Summer is starts the 1st of July, something like that. Either way, it feel like summer. And we're here, and we're happy to be here. Again, I have a monkey on my screen this morning, so I'm going to be looking over here for my screen and then back over here to you for where I see myself. I don't know, I can't fix this. YouTube gives me a monkey on my screen every day now for the last week and a half. Anyhow, let's Bunn TV. Big up yourself, bro. First one in the building this morning. Onika St. John right there. Mistress B, talk health and wellness with a twist. In the building this morning. Sharon Ingram is here with us. Nans is here with us. Kai Tai Jai Empress is here with us. That's funny. Everybody's name is back to normal. Kai Tai Jai Empress Upments. Nisha is in the building with us this morning. Senior Sexy is here. Nisha says, waiting patiently. Karen Notice is here. Morning, SOUFLO and family. Big up on herself. PG is in the building with us this morning. Beer Upments, thank you for being here. Zaro Kid is here with us with the Canadian flag flying all over the place. Big up yourself and big up to our Canadian family members as well. There are quite a few people in here from Canada. PG says our names are back. Yes, me see it. Weird. They just do stuff for no damn reason, and we just have to go along with it. Anthony Vaz is in the building this morning. Says, big up yourself, everyone. SOUFLO, big up yourself, Anthony Vaz. Farron is in the building this morning as well. Marie's Message 411 TV, my fellow content creator sister, is in the building. Why, Marie? Marie, that story there yesterday. Marie's Message 411 TV is in the building. I was laughing after I got off the live yesterday, and then I laughed by myself for a day, and every time I think about it, I just couldn't stop laughing. Marie's Message 411 TV is in the building right there in our chat. Please go hit her name, go over to her channel, hit the subscribe button, and get into Marie's stories and all the things what she have going on PR chat on her channel. Please, Mr. Brom is in the building with us this morning. Big up yourself, Audrey Wright. Thank you for being here. Onika St. John, it says, Alligator Alcatraz is very disturbing. No one is safe. All right, that's the video I put up this morning, right, Onika, about Alligator Alcatraz. Florida is not playing. If you're missing your family members and them paperwork wasn't too straight and ICE might have gotten a hold of them, they might be out in the middle of the Everglades. Alligator Alcatraz opens today. If you want to hear more about what it is and what their intentions are, go check out the video that I put up early this morning before we did this live, or before we came to this live. Very interesting and disturbing indeed. Zaro Kid says, one up. See, Nans is in the building with us this morning. Kai Tai Jai, Empress, Audrey, Les Bunn. All right. Simon G, big up yourself. Thank you for being here. Listen, we got a couple of things on the table today. Today is the first day of my daughter's summer holiday. That means that she is home. So, I don't know, so I'm going to cut the live here. But we're still going to go a good distance with the live, right? I'm just excited to want to go do something. Maybe go swimming or go somewhere she wants to go or something like that. Plus, wife in the home today. I don't know what her schedule is like today. I noticed that she's sleeping in late. After she wake up this morning, oh God, how many hours folding clothes and laundry and all them things. I wasn't here. I went to the gym at 3 a.m. this morning. And when I came back at 4:45, I say clothes fall up on them something there from the laundry room. So I'm gonna figure out what I go on with the family. You know what I'm saying? Right. And try get in where I fit in. But in the meantime, this is our time. All right. As you can see, the chat is exclusively green names, members only this morning. It's a members party. Members only. Wayne Core in the building says the governor said he does not need any security because we're not talking about that, man. The people don't have to go watch that video there. Diddy's deliberation is on the way. Sean P. Diddy Combs' trial has come to almost an end, and the jury is now deliberating. There are some things that are going on that are super concerning, which we're going to discuss here this morning. Because you know, we have to in everything. It's trending. It's a trending topic, and that's what we do. We discuss trending topics. Before we do that, though, I can't. And no, they didn't pay me to do this one. But Juicy Patty. Shout out anybody who is in this part of Florida. If you're in Orlando, I don't know if you want to do a day trip from Miami, drive up to Orlando, anywhere you're there from, the surrounding areas of Orlando, Florida, right back down West Palm. You can come up here to, these areas. The new Juicy Patty that they opened in Orlando, Florida, the new one, because one did that before, I think. This is the new one. I went to the new one over the weekend. We spent $150. Yeah, Pam Patika, we belly long. Spent $150. I felt like I was in Jamaica. Let me say kudos to them. There's no difference from what they serve there than when me get a Christiana. And remember, my wife dubbed Christiana Juicy the best juicy beef patty in Jamaica, bar none. You see, she's from Westmoreland, and the one in Christiana is the best one to her, which to me it is too. When I went to Orlando over the weekend and got some patties and stuff, we get some spinach patty. I was looking for callaloo, but them said they never have callaloo. Them have spinach. I got it. The spinach patty tastes like the callaloo patty. It's the first I ever ate spinach that tasted so much like callaloo. Me don't know. Maybe it's the seasoning that's in it. The patty them flaky. The patty them full of beef inside and chicken inside. Kyle loves chicken patty and don't like the beef patty them. So we get 8 chicken patty. Of course, 4 for me and 4 for him. Right, because of the chicken patty me love too. Wifey like our cheesy beef patty them, and the kids them like the cheese, like just the regular beef patty. So we get a variety of patties and stuff. Man, they did not miss. So if you're anywhere near this area, do yourself a favor. I promise you, them busy as hell though from early in the morning, which is another good thing to see. I love to see Jamaican businesses in the United States of America just thriving. The irony, a brother jump out of the car with his family, a Caucasian brother, but him look kind of Spanish Caucasian, jump out of his vehicle with his family, big old Trump t-shirt on. Wait, it said something on his shirt. I forgot what it said on his shirt, but it was like, why you even come here if that is what your shirt says? And then I walk around like him with a fight anybody. But the food is so good, the patty them so good that it draw everybody there. That's what I'm getting to. Not that I care so much who he voted for. It's just to see the variety of people that were there from so early in the morning. You go in there, the staff look like them like each other. When you can go somewhere, go get your food, and I can tell that the people them there don't like each other, or the place look a kind of weird. The place is super clean. The staff it's a young staff, young people. They're super, I wouldn't say giddy, they're super polite. and they're super friendly, and it's serviced with a smile, and everybody laugh and smile and talk. It's a good vibe. So the Orlando Juicy Patty, just put it in your GPS and drive go there. Make a day trip out of it if you live too far. And I promise you, you're going to talk about it after this. All right. So I had to give them shout out because this weekend coming, I'm going right the hell back there again. For sure. Heading right back there this weekend. I'm in the kitchen making cornmeal porridge for my grandbabies for the first time. Says Kai Tai Jai Empress. Ah. You know, say I just said that to wifey yesterday. I said, I want some ton cornmeal. And she said, where you going to eat it with? And I said, I don't know, some ackee and saltfish. Because I have ackee from Jamaica still. And I find out that even though you can freeze the ackee them when you bring them from Jamaica, if you keep them frozen for too long, when you cook your ackee now, because ackee is a fruit, you know, it's not, you know, require no whole heap of time to the heat. So by the time I cook the little ackee now, the ackee just mash out. And before, the ackee wasn't like that. My ackee were in whole big nice pieces when I first came back from Jamaica. So once the ackee them start turn like that, I start nyam them off quick because I don't want ackee soup or ackee porridge. Like actually pieces of ackee. So yeah, I just a weird combination. Some ton cornmeal, probably cut up some okra in it and them something there. You know, season it up nice, and then ackee and saltfish thing on the side. That's it. You have me thinking about food right now. You're in the kitchen with some cornmeal porridge. That's my type of thing. My wife make beautiful cornmeal porridge. Yeah, she good with that. Shakira can cook, you know. Yeah, real country girl. Marie's message forward on TV. I talked to Mr. Bram Bram and the others. Okay, ton cornmeal and brown stew chicken. Jesus, God have mercy. All right, don't get me started because I will do it. You know what? Joke can make because brown stew chicken is actually wife's favorite. I don't know if she know that right now, but that is her favorite. When I make it, that's her favorite thing for me to cook for her. So some brown stew chicken or some ton cornmeal. Mm. But my ackee, I would have to go unfreeze the ackee. So I might go with brown stew. I don't know. But just start love ton cornmeal. Me too. Them couldn't give me it when we did there in Jamaica. You know, when I was in Jamaica growing up, ton cornmeal used to be for our dogs. So we used to ton the cornmeal and feed the dog them. But when grandma them ton the cornmeal to feed the dog, it used to include everything where everybody done left. You know, when you done eat and your bone left in your plate and all them something there, your nyaman left. We used to mix up the nyaman left with the ton cornmeal and turn the cornmeal that way and feed the dog them with that. It used to make a good meal for the dog them. The dog them used to eat healthy. Yeah, some big healthy dog used to go around the place. Yes, but it's a delicate. Now, I used to hate it. You couldn't give me ton cornmeal when I was growing up. Now, ton cornmeal is on my menu. It's definitely like a delicacy. I love callaloo too. Ton cornmeal with callaloo. I don't need no meat, no nothing else. I will just eat ton cornmeal with callaloo. Or I will eat ton cornmeal with pretty much anything else. I prefer it over rice too. I don't like rice. I didn't grow up eating rice. Rice was a specialty for me. We only ate rice on Sundays. You know, Sunday traditional rice and peas. We only ate rice on Sundays when I was growing up. And you would have get it rice and peas. Unless grandma did cook curry. And then you would have get some rice, white rice with curry. But that's very rare because Sunday was like brown stew chicken or fricasseed chicken or roast beef or something like that for a Sunday. Yeah. To keep the ackee frozen when cooking. Wait there. PG, say that again, please. Because you might be onto something. Ton cornmeal and curry. Shark, the best, maybe because I'm from the ocean side. Yeah, for those of you who live on the ocean side, a food diet definitely different from us who come from the hills and are more locked in. Like I told you before, I never ate seafood until I met Shakira. Like crab and lobster and me never ate that the kind of seafood there till I met her. You have to keep the ackee frozen when cooking them. Oh, really? But if you keep the ackee frozen when cooking it, isn't no, give me a second, I'm not to learn something. Come have a whole heap of ackee in there, you know. and I don't want to get rid of my ackee them just so because I'm thinking they're spoiling. May I learn something. So if I keep them frozen, live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Good morning, Sophia.
Morning. Midday family, how you doing?
I'm good. Good morning, Sophia listeners.
Talk to me now, Wagwan.
I heard you said something about unfreeze ackee and cook it.
Yeah, cause I always put my ackee out from the night before and make it
No,
thaw out and then
you're doing it wrong. That's why it turned. You don't do that.
really,
You have to cook that ackee frozen.
really.
Yes.
So when I cook it frozen, don't it, I thought if I cook it frozen, right,
No.
the
No, no,
pot
no,
would
no,
have full
no.
up of water.
No, so flow. You put the water to a boil and
Mm-hmm.
you put it in there frozen. Listen, I have a in my backyard
Mm-hmm.
and my ackee and I freeze them, okay?
Okay.
When I want to eat them, I just cook them frozen. Try that and then come back and tell me what happened.
Okay, I'll do that today. Tell me that, cause I'll do that today. I'm definitely doing that today.
Do not make it okay?
Okay. All right.
All right, cool.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye bye. But the way your boss say, boy, you have ackee in your backyard. Eh? Ackee in my backyard. I'm jealous. Come on, ackee tree in my backyard. My dirt from I have around my house is like sand. Cause we live like closer to beachside area. Bare sand and rock in the sun. So anything me I grow is gonna have to be in an elevated garden. But I'm definitely gonna try that and I'm gonna tell you how it we learn from each other over here. Remember, me said me did tired of putting deodorant under my arm because I didn't want to walk around smelling like one of those Middle Easterners that I've met before in close quarters, you know, them hijab and them long thing and them think up a place with them underarm powerful smell. But I didn't want to keep rubbing that thing under my arm because I saw a commercial for men who are having ED. Yeah, your teeth not working right like it's supposed to, and they have something for you where it comes in a deodorant form, and you actually rub it under your arm like you put on deodorant, and then it make you. And when they released that commercial, I said, okay, it's time for me to stop use the deodorant them what them are selling at the store because if them can make ED medication in a deodorant form and you rub it under your arm and it affect this so that means that my deodorant to me I rub under my arm affect this too. All right, one on one is only two, my friend. Is right here. I learned about a lime. Cut a lime in a two and use the lime and rub it under your arm. And then the rest of stuff where you want to spray on, you know, your isimiaki, your cool water, your whatever you want to put on, you spray that by your clothes, not on yourself. And that's what I've been doing. Actually, rub some lime under my arm this morning, right when I was squeezing it in my tea. So I'm drink it, right? Alkalize the inside of my body, and I'll rub it on the outside of my body as well as my deodorant. Yeah. I guess I'm learn them thing that Flo, do you have ackee in your backyard? No, me not no ackee in my backyard. Jerome, big up yourself. I don't have no ackee in my backyard, Jerome, but some people around here have coconut and ackee. I pass a yard the other day. Florida is beautiful, man. I pass a yard the other day. You want to say we stop I like we're ready for raid the people them yard, you know, cause we stop out a road. It took me, it catch my attention, you know, even though it went at the back of them house. I mean I count there and I said, damn, they have banana, they have cocoa. Who the hell in Florida would have plant cocoa? This must be a Jamaican house. Banana, cocoa, ackee, mango, something else did around there. Them yard well plant up. My yard no have nothing yet. Don't have nothing yet. But we're planning on making, because we have a whole heap of space around there, so we're planning on actually making like a whole heap of food around there. You know, Kyle loves mangoes. He'll eat mangoes all day if him get mango. So we're gonna do some fresh mango for him and stuff. Him love tomato and him love lettuce and them kind of sitting there. So we gotta plant up the place. In Jamaica, we live on the seaside and we grow great fruits and vegetables. With my family, all was dump the yard with tropical in order to grow with topsoil. With topsoil, dump the yard with topsoil in order to grow. Jamaica soil is just very different from here, though. Yeah, Jamaica soil different. We're fertile. Here, some places that you live here ain't so fertile. Eh, I don't see nobody close to me. On in my area, we have them yard plant up or nothing. I'm thinking they can't really grow anything. And my neighbor has all her plants and stuff in a bait. She have about 100 pan over there. Me no want do my yard like that. And she look like she have to keep them in the pan because she put them in the ground, them dead. I was growing a mango tree and then I sprinkled some fertilizer upon the mango tree and the fertilizer was strong and it burned up the mango tree, literally burned up the mango tree. Then I went and looked up what organic is. So if you add fertilizer to what you're growing, it's no longer organic. Organic simply means it wasn't grown with any kind of additives and preservatives, and it definitely wasn't grown with any fertilizer. Unless you're going to use like horse manure or something like that, chicken manure to fertilize it. That's what pure organic means. So I guess I wasn't going to grow organic mangoes anyways because of some grainy fertilizer look like sand and it was super strong and burn up the mango tree. So I mean I have no mango tree no more. I think Miami side can grow almost anything from Jamaica. Yeah, down Miami side different. Well, it depends on where you are in Miami too. Because if you're closer to the beach where your backyard soil is sand, then you might not be able to grow. You might have to do it in a big ponds off the ground. Have coconut, June plum, ackee, avocado, banana, plantain, sugar cane. What show off? Wow. PG, PG, where you live? Where you live, PG? PG said I have coconut, June plum, ackee, avocado that appear, banana, plantain, sugar cane. No, man. I want brag like that. Oh, Wagwan, which part you live, PG? Are you in Florida? My mangoes is Port St. Lucie doing good. Bunches, you in Port St. Lucie? Yeah, cow dung, cow doodle. Flow, but they have organic fertilizer, so that makes sense. Yeah, the organic fertilizer doodle. Onika St. John says we ended up with J.A. Callaloo in Brooklyn, LOL, and was growing wild in the backyard. And we grew pumpkin too. The only thing we have grow around here so wild is Cersei. Cersei, the fence we full off of Cersei. So you can have Cersei all year round. And it's funny because I go to the store and I see Cersei for sale in the store. Them people here don't know what Cersei is for though. Because you pass here and you see people fence load up with Cersei and them belly big so like them full of doodoo. Like man with big belly like 9 month pregnant. You have a little belly on you as a man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We get older, we kind of get round in the middle if we don't really attack the physicalities. But you're not supposed to have a belly all the way out here. Like look like you lean back with it and your belly with your peso cause you're like 9 months pregnant. That's not healthy. You know? I remember my sister did say one time, a big belly brother did about her. She said, because she studied natural medicine and stuff, she was like, that belly right there, that's the beginning of all things to come. Like diseases, illness is going to start at some point in a female life with that big belly there. So that scare me, right? I tell you, if it a long time. Like you're saying in my backyard. Boy, I found the backyard well nice. But me soon fix up my own. Don't worry. I will. I just have to figure out how to do it. All right, I could talk about this now. I live 45 minutes away from you, SOUFLO. PG. And PG, y'all have a lot of coconut down your way too. Is anybody that's in my area have coconut? Anybody in my area have coconut? I don't know who me attack. The one them when know which part me live. I'm not just gonna come here and just say which part me live, but who see me? Who knows say but some of you are here. If any of you who are in my area have coconut, please let me know. You have coconut in your yard, your neighbor have a coconut tree with full. These people don't pick their coconuts, you know. They don't know what the coconut is for. Like them not drink coconut water or nothing. Coconut trees be loaded and them just left the tree. Even them ackee tree, them grow ackee tree, and I think they look at it like some beautiful fruit flowers for the birds or something. And you're looking at them backyard ackee tree loaded. All them mango tree loaded. Them can't even eat the mango. Them just left the mango them. But you can't go thief them mango though. Text Slow Flow and tell him where you live, PG. No, PG already tell me which part she live. PG is 40, he, me don't know. PG is 45 minutes away. That a more down, I'm guessing, Palm Beach area, that direction. Down the street, one of my neighbors have a big ackee tree. Hopefully, we can get some soursop from my tree this year. Always have cherry and just pick a pineapple yesterday. Boy, I can't both see, man. Easy access to coconut water, though. Mexicans sell it to me by the gallon, freely cut and poured. Great goodies. Great goodies, where you at? That's a luxury. If I could get that, SOUFLOTV drive, I will get a coconut. I pick my neighbor coconut while mine still young. And their trees are loaded, says Bunches. All right, then we have to go talk offline, because, yeah, them things that we are look for. Kneesberry, if you know any of them that there. And what the next one name again? The purple one. I saw somebody selling one. Wifey was supposed to go get some over the weekend, but I took her somewhere else. The purple one was stay in your clothes. Have the black seed them in it. Tastes really good. It's a purple fruit, and it's white inside. Star apple. Star apple. Somebody has star apple up here for sale. So I'm hunting some of those. Yes. All right. For those of you who are in Florida, right? For those of you who are in Florida, today, July 1st, 100 new laws take effect today in the state of Florida. Florida is a Republican-ran state. It's considered a red state. There are some things that I like about it, some things I don't like about it. But for the most part, I'm cool with being in Florida. You know, a nice place to raise your children, and you can live off in the cut and just be chilling. Not true? Miami Gardens have all the trees and fruits like Jamaica, and the ground is good for growing. Yes, Marine Message 411 TV. My grandparents live over there, so. Well, they did live over there until my grandfather recently passed. You know, when I went to go see him last year before he passed away, when we went out to the backyard, because, you know, he was bedridden last days, and his caretaker, I helped the caretaker, and we carry him go outside, go catch some fresh air, and had all his great-grandchildren around him and stuff. And that's the thing that struck me. They have an ackee tree, and in them backyard, them ackee tree bigger than the house. That ackee tree been bearing like that since I was a child. My grandparents on that side left Jamaica before me. So by the time I came to America, they were already established, right? But we used to go over to them house every weekend. My grandfather used to come pick us up every weekend. Carriga Church in North Miami, Carriga Church and all this. But them live in a Carol City. And just seeing that my grandmother was not there anymore, and my grandfather couldn't pick the ackee no more, it just dawned on me that that ackee tree outlived everybody. Because everybody grown and gone and have them family and separated and live all over the world. all over the place. And my grandmother and my grandfather were still there till my grandmother passed away first. My grandfather next on my father's side, them in Miami, not these two yaso that were in Jamaica. And the big ackee tree was there, and the ackee tree was loaded when I went there to go see him. And that was the last time I saw him alive too. The ackee tree was loaded. And you know, me, I said to myself, say, look on this, grandma not even here anymore. Because grandma used to go buy her saltfish, come back, grandpa go outside, pick ackee, she clean them up, and you get fresh ackee and saltfish right there in Miami. Nobody's there to pick the ackee anymore. And the tree continues to bear heavy and has outlived everybody. That's amazing. That's amazing. That kind of tell me, sir, you know, you have to humble yourself because a whole heap of them tree here are going to outlive you. You're really temporary. You know what I mean? The ackee tree will still be bearing ackee after you leave here. Somebody else are going to come pick ackee off of it, eat ackee and saltfish or whatever them eat with them ackee and all that. And you're just passing through. You eat off of the ackee tree your whole life. And the ackee tree, they outlive you. That's amazing. That's amazing. A life lessons, you know? Yeah. All right, so for those of us who are in Florida, since we are talking about these things and Florida, the thing there, for those of us who are in Florida, several notable Florida laws are set to take effect today. These include changes to speeding regulations, animal cruelty laws, regulations regarding social media use by minors, additionally, laws related to skate parks, condominium associations, HOA, homeowners association. I don't know who want to buy one house with homeowners association, something attached to it. Homeowners association emergency response will also go into effect today. Here are some of them. I'm going to do a more comprehensive, a better, well put together video of all the laws that went into effect today. But I just wanted to run through these 7 that we have in front of us, right? First one, here are some of the laws that will take changes that will happen today, starting with dangerous excessive speeding. I know holy power love ying zing fast and furious, my boss, or you always leave home late and then speed to work. All right. So drivers exceeding the speed limit by 50 miles or more, or if you're driving over 100 miles per hour in the state of Florida, starting today, you will face jail time and fines. For a first offender, violators could face up to 30 days in jail and be fined $500. For a repeat offender, you could face up to 90 days in jail and a $1,000 fine and your license suspended. So it's no longer you just get a ticket because you did a do over 100, right? The speed limit on the highway says 70. You better be doing 70. If you are do 80, you might get a ticket 90. If you go over 100 and you get caught starting today, you're looking at jail time and fines and suspension of your license. The next one, aggravated animal cruelty. I don't think none of we are going into that. But Dexter's Law, it's called. Dexter's Law will impose harsher penalties for aggravated animal cruelty cases, potentially leading to longer prison sentences. You already can be imprisoned for animal cruelty for sure, but they're adding more time to the sentencing. The law also mandates the creation of a public online database of individuals who are convicted of certain animal cruelty violation. It's kind of like how you have sex offenders registry. Them are gonna have animal cruelty registry, and you and you have to register with the animal cruelty registry. That's crazy. Because if you're cruel to an animal and then you go get a job, they'll be able to look you up. If they're vetting your background, they'll be able to look you up. And they'll be able to see that you're registered in the animal cruelty registry, which means more than likely you won't be getting that job. Social media restrictions in Florida starting today. Florida law will prohibit children under the age of 14 from creating or from accessing social media accounts. I know the Jets are like, you can no longer have a social media account. If you're 14 and under, no social media accounts for you. Parental consent will be required for 14 and 15-year-olds to have a social media account. Your social media account will now go through your parents. That's for 14 and 15. Any below that, they're not allowed to have a social media account. Kaitaja Empress says the animal law is well needed in Florida because of too much illegal dog fightings. Audrey says, I thought that was already a law. Which one? They talked about it. If you're talking about the social media stuff, they talked about it and they said it was coming, but it wasn't in effect yet. It goes into effect today. All right. Number 4, state park preservation. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection will prioritize passive, conservation-based recreational activities in state parks, limiting development and commercialization. New construction will be limited to low-impact cabins and campsites with the state's approval. That no have nothing to do with we, because none of us ain't building nothing in no park or state parks. That's for more like contractors and business people who acquire property and build something by a state park. Condominium association reform. Several changes will impact condominium associations. Some of you live in condos, including extended deadline for structural integrity reserve studies. Me don't know what that means. The legislation will also increase the cost threshold for repairs requiring reserve funding and allow for alternative funding methods. I don't know what that means either. While we're on that though, before we get into the last two, I saw the news this morning that says New York, who governs New York real estate? Government agencies that govern New York rent control voted to increase rent in New York City. I said, wow. Most New Yorkers were already crying that their rent is too high and the rent has no cap on it. So the landlord, them get out of control, like, them reach $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. How am I paying $3,500 for a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment? There's people down south who got nice houses that they're not paying that much for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 4-bedroom house, right? Well, they voted yes to increase rent in New York more. It was a goal. And I'm not going to get into who is at the head of that, but just let's say this. Shout out to Blacks for Trump and African Americans for Trump. Where y'all at? Y'all so quiet. Y'all been so quiet since the election. Where are the proud Black people for Trump at? All the proud African Americans for Trump. Y'all are so quiet since the election. I'm seeing a lot of stuff stripped away from you. Oh, the slash to Medicaid's coming. There's a bunch of people on my phone right now crying about what's going to happen to them. And these are all people that voted for this. You voted for an individual who backs this, and under their government, then these things are going to go into effect. So essentially you voted for this. Why y'all so quiet? Yeah, Medicare too. Medicare, may I talk about why y'all so quiet? I know a lot of you are going to be affected. Oh, Section 8, drastic slash, vouchers frozen in Florida, which in Dade County is affecting 8,500 and something families as we speak at the moment, and there are more to come. Like, I know a lot of people and a certain section of the city that definitely depend on the Section 8 housing and all that. And they were in them Section 8 housings yelling, oh, Trump a real one. That's what I'm voting for. Where y'all at? Why y'all so quiet? Why y'all so quiet? Morning, Elaine. Thank you for being here, family. Audrey says everything up on the chopping block now. Everybody is getting what they deserve now. Everybody is. I keep on saying it. I couldn't believe when I saw Haitians for Trump. I asked myself, I said, do the Haitians know that Trump said outright that everybody who came under Biden is considered illegal to me? And if I am elected, and when I do win this election, they'll be the first ones going out. Don't care what their status is. Now, did they not get the memo? Well, see there, we knew it was coming, but it was confirmed 2-3 days ago officially, because the courts have now ruled in his favor. By the way, I don't know if y'all know it, but the Supreme Court has ruled in the president's favor to continue to deport people to countries where you do not come from or have no ties to. So back to El Salvador for a lot of people, and other places wherever they can broker a deal with that country to take you. You'll be heading there as well. Yeah. So a lot of stuff happening while they are scroll social media, look on girl a shape body in a G-string and them kind of something there. Or, you know, a woman when they look on somebody else, man, and admiring him. While you're doing that, there's a lot of stuff that's happening that's going to affect a lot of people's lives around you. It will unfold slowly. Don't forget, this man just took office. Feels like it's been like a year and a half, 2 years already to the amount of stuff that has happened already. And the way you're on edge every day. Because something new will happen tomorrow and something new will happen the next day. Yeah. Do you know that Ivanka Trump and Garrett Kusher own blocks? What? Hold on. Why did that switch like that? On blocks and blocks of Section 8 houses in Baltimore that pays them millions. Yeah, yeah. And good for them, because the people them will vote for this, come out of the Section 8 housing and voting against themselves, really. Yeah. All right. Into the last two of the new laws in Florida. Remember, this is not the whole list. It's about 100 laws that went into effect today. I will do a separate video for that coming on all morning. I'll go through the new laws or what takes effect today. Number 6 is emergency response coordination. State emergency response coordination will be streamlined, and the National Guard may be authorized to provide medical care during emergencies now. You know, usually it was just your police and your ambulance and fire department. Right. Now they're going to streamline that. I guess they'll have police doing police work, more police work. And in case of an emergency, they'll probably use National Guard people in some cases. Other notable changes. There will be a ban on fluoride in the public water systems. That will take effect today. I don't know how you feel about that. I saw some people saying, yep, so now you're going to know Floridians when you see them, because they're going to have messed up teeth, because you need fluoride in order to keep your teeth looking healthy. That me see some people. I say, me I'm a dentist, me no know. But me know say me no want fluoride in my drinking water though, because that's another issue. So there will be a ban on fluoride in public water systems that will take place today in Florida. Public and charter schools will be required to use the term Gulf of America starting today instead of Gulf of Mexico. So it will be implemented into the school system starting today. Remember, Sir Donald Trump changed the name from the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Mexico said you could call it whatever you want to call it, but we will always call it the Gulf of Mexico. Trump said in America it will be known as the Gulf of America. Homeschool students will be allowed to participate in public school interscholastic athletic teams starting today. So before, if you were homeschooling your child, you would have to go find stuff for your picnic do other than that, enroll them at a dance club or something. Well, they will incorporate your child now into the public school system. So your child can be homeschooled, but run for the track team at their school or play volleyball at the school, local school, or whatever. That I think is a good thing. That's definitely a good thing. And the last one is, well, not the last one, but one of the age for mandatory driver's education courses for learner's permit applicants will be lowered. I got my learner's permit at 14 years old. I don't know how much lower them are going to go with that. I got my learner's permit right here in Florida at North Miami Junior High, 14 years old. But also, we had a driving program at school that they don't have in the schools anymore. Like, we did have one whole fence off area that had lanes and stuff and cars. You know, you ever been in a car that has brakes and gas on both sides? Like on the passenger side and on the driver's side? I learned to drive in one of those at school. Driver's ed was one of my classes. So you have maths first period, English second period, social studies third period, driver's ed fourth period. We go out to the driving field, right? That I don't know if they have that anymore. I got mine at 15 at Norland. Yep, we had driver's ed branches. Yeah, and they took it out of school in a branches. They took it out of school because when I was asking my kids, I said, when I was your age, I was driving already. And they're like, yeah. I said, don't y'all have driver's ed? Why don't you take driver's ed in school? And my son was like, we don't have that. You don't have that. And them go on nice high school will have all kind of trinkets. I would think they would have it. They was like, no, we don't have that. You mean like they teach you how to drive in the classroom, like tell you how to read the book and learn the signs? I said, no, don't y'all have like a field with cars and instructors and you get in the car and you drive? And they're like, oh, no, we definitely don't have that. Wow, when did they take that out of schools? And them take out home economics too. Yeah, we actually used to cook. Not true? Audrey, we actually used to cook. My son said that they didn't have it either. Yes, gone. Home ec is gone. And matter of fact, when I asked him about driver's ed, I also mentioned home ec. I said, y'all don't do home ec? He was like, what? I said, home ec. They're laughing at me. What the hell is home ec? That was long ago. I'm like, it wasn't that long ago, boy. I'm not old like that. Home ec, you would literally go cook. We actually had a kitchen. Remember, for those of us who had home ec, if you went to school in Miami and you did home ec, you had a kitchen in your class. That classroom was your home ec class. Real stove, real kitchen, real pots and pans. Not true? Damn, they took every sewing. Yeah, they had sewing and cooking classes. You could have learned to knit. You could have learned to use a sewing machine and sew up clothes. You could have learned to use stitch needle and thread and stitch up. If your clothes pants scratches tear out, you could have put your pants inside out and stitch back your own crotches. That's how I grew up. Wood shop. Cartagena Empress. Yes. Wood shop. A lot of the boys went to wood shop. Damn. Auto mechanics. Damn, they took everything out of schools. So now I see why the new generation is not like our generation, the generation before them, right? I think that is damaging. Type in class. Type in class. I had a choice. I could have went to woodwork or typing, and I chose typing. I'm a brethren them used to laugh after me in that typing class, but me choose typing class. Be a girl in a typing class. And in typing class, you know, when you look in the class, every desk had its own typewriter. The typewriter is laid out just like the same keyboard that we use today. So my finger positioning is still the same, which me never know some me are gonna need this skill. You see now, like in the OT world, if I go treat, so every patient that you treat, you have to do patient treatment notes, right? And I've seen a lot of my counterparts one finger typing and trying to get through the day because you have to finish your notes by a certain time and get up out of there. And for me, I do my treatments and then I'm like bam 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 bam. We did that to increase functionality and that send next. I'm gone. It actually is a skill that, boy, I think life prepares you for stuff, give you tools for your toolbox that you don't even think you're gonna need until it actually happens, and you can pull that skill set out of your toolbox. You know? So me thank God somebody tech typing. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Morning, SOUFLO.
Morning, family. What going?
Morning, SOUFLO family.
You're there, what? Talk to me now.
Yeah. I was in high school back in my old, so I graduate 1991.
Nobody talk about your own, man, because all our
From
one
high
most
school.
of we are the same age, you know, so nobody with it. Or if anything, we just a little bit older or a little bit younger than each other, but at the same age group. So nobody with the old. We don't reach all yet. We don't reach all yet. Left that with somebody else.
So my high school was Shaw High School in East Cleveland, Ohio.
Mm.
That Shaw High School, them tear down the building from when we graduate, rebuild the building in a different way on the same land.
Did y'all have like home economics and driver's ed?
Yes. They even have ROTC at my high school, and I was in the ROTC because I wanted to go to the military.
Seeing.
And they have auto mechanics, and people would bring their cars, come to the high school to get oil change and certain things on a discount price. They had cosmetology at my high school.
Wow.
My daughters, my children went to the same high school and graduate. My nieces and nephews went to the same high school and graduate. My daughter's best friend went to the cosmetology class and got her cosmetology license before she graduated from high school. And then when she leave high school, she start work in her family's salon.
They had that option at my school too, but it wasn't in the school. It was a program that was with the school. So for the last half of the day, those students who elected that, they would come to school half of the day, and then the next half of the day they're missing from school. Like my best friend did graphic design and printing, and he actually owns a printing press in Miami right now that he's owned for years now. But straight out of high school, he was already certified in what it is he was going to do, all these things. So he didn't come out of high school confused. He came out of high school skilled and ready to go. So yeah.
And that high school is still there today, and they still have those programs. They have a program where if you want to be a videographer, like do video, like work for a TV station.
Oh, they still have those programs, you said?
Yes, East Cleveland, Ohio, right now, Shaw High School.
Okay, well, in Florida, they removed all those from the schools here. We grew up with a lot of programs.
I was actually in the videography program, and they would take you to the football games, and you would video the football games as training.
Yeah.
I went to Fort Knox, Kentucky.
Yeah.
I went to Fort Belvoir, Virginia, while I was in the ROTC at Shaw High School.
Yes, Carthage Empress. It was called OJT. OJT,
yes.
on the job training.
Yes, on the job training. My daughter, before she graduated from Shaw High School, she had already had her STNA license. The home health aid license.
Right.
I had already had hers because they had the training.
They didn't remove everything because my son, Kosi is 17. And when he's been doing this for like 2 years now. And his OJT was welding. So, and he's now certified. And he's 17 and he's certified.
They don't have the sewing.
Already.
They don't have the sewing, I don't think, anymore, and the cooking. But they still have all
Some
of those
stuff.
other things, the ROTC, the mechanics, the cosmetology, home health aid, all that.
That's good, man. That's good. Majority of schools don't have these things.
When I got ready to graduate, they brought the recruiters around to try to recruit us into the military. And the school is working with the military as far as recruiting the students that finish ROTC.
Right. So you never
and
want
the
to go.
mechanic shops.
You change your mind.
What is that?
You change your mind about the military thing?
No, I know, because me never want to go into the military. Me didn't want to go into the military. But because of my children.
Okay.
At the time, my children was at an age where I would have to give over custody to someone else in case something happened to me.
Okay. Well, yeah, I remember your background situation and all that.
Remember,
So that complicated
by the time
things.
I graduated from high school,
right.
My son was already 2 or 3 years old.
Right. So yeah, that would have complicated things for sure.
And then I tried again when I had my last one, my daughter. I tried again and took the test. I passed the test and everything. And them telling me, because she was 7 years old, I had to sign her over to someone in order to go again. And I said, this is my only girl.
Because you would be gone for extended periods of time, especially just your entrance period alone. You'll be gone from your child for like a month and a half just to start. Yeah. So you would have to have people who can basically adapt or almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I never go in.
Okay.
But me have the heart of a soldier.
Seeing.
Me have the heart of a warrior.
But it was something you did want to do.
Yeah.
Seeing.
The first time I shoot a rifle, we shoot a target 3 football fields away.
What?
Laying down, because them teach you how to lay down in the, what you call it?
The prone.
No, in the, it's a name what them call it, where they lay down together on the belly.
The position is called the prone.
Not the position, but it's another military name them have here.
Me don't know what that name.
When them a teach we how to put the butt of the rifle in our shoulder. And how to breathe and hold your breath and anything.
Okay. So you did get some training, some good training.
Yes, me train. Them even train me how to me blindfold me with my fatigues on and my rifle turn back on me. Me jump out of one high place into a pool. Like the bottom of the pool, and you have to come up to the top of the pool, take off your blindfold, turn your rifle around, and swim to shore.
Okay.
They might teach me how to rappel. I learn a lot of things when we did in the ROTC, because then take again Fort Knox, Kentucky, on the base. And then take we go Fort Belvoir, Virginia.
Nice.
So we get the experience of being on the military base and doing military training.
Nice. So you did ready.
And this was in high school.
You did ready.
Man, I was at the top of my class. I told you I was a tomboy.
You know, so if you didn't make it into the military, then would have hate you, and at your unit you would have been called pardon my language, but we call those buddy fuckers. so them boost up themselves and big up them chest out of high school and come in as you're reaching there, them deflate you. As you're reaching there, them deflate you like, where you going?
But you know what? When they reach the military base,
Yeah.
them do that treat you like students when they reach the military base, you know.
Yeah.
Them treat we just like any other private or soldier with them on the base. So we get the full experience.
Yeah, trust me, you're not getting
We get the full experience and wake up. We don't know what time at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Click, 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 up, up, up. And everybody have to go outside naked.
Them give you a summer, man. You not get, trust me, you not get the full. You didn't get the full, but you get whole pie. You didn't get the
and
full.
And if one person come out of line, you have to do it all over again.
Yeah, that's how it works. Because your chain is only as strong as your weakest link.
So I was even in the color guards. And I love the color guards. This was in high school.
Same.
I have pictures of me marching in the color guard.
So what are you going to army go do? We have to sing Lovely Anika happy birthday in a minute. Trust me, Lovely Anika, I see you. I got you in a minute.
Lovely Anika, her birthday today?
Yes, today is her birthday.
Happy birthday, Lovely Anika.
I forgot to sing her happy birthday.
I'm going to go back in our chat so you can sing her happy birthday.
All right, then.
Later.
All right, so Lovely Anika is having her birthday today. She put in a big capital letters. Me just want to know, say, my birthday today. All right? I beg y'all some breakfast, and if you don't know, give me, I go tell YouTube, feel like Lord, feel like off your life, no bother do it. Don't bother do it. We're gonna go over to Lovely Anika and send breakfast. Or send breakfast money. Lovely Anika is my fellow content creator sister, by the way, just like Marie's Message 411 TV. Lovely Anika is right there in the chat right now. She has been a member here for over 24 months. That's past 2 years. I appreciate her greatly for being a part of this family. And we have to go sing our happy birthday right now. All right. Do go over to her channel, though, like I always ask you to do. And hit the subscribe button over there and share the love. Keep it in the family. So, the old one first. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lovely Anika. Happy birthday to you. And then the busy signal one now. Happy birthday, yeah, my friend. Oh, one more year upon them. One all the vibes. Give thanks for life. Next year we're doing it again. Yeah. Happy birthday, yeah, my friend. One more year upon them. One all the vibes. Give thanks for life. Next year we're doing it again. We wish you many more happy, healthy birthdays. All right. And I hope, because you know, say healthiness come first. Because without the healthiness, the happiness I go fade. So healthy birthdays ahead for you. Many more of them. Like we say in Jamaica, the old time people them say, I hope you live till them son you or them have to son you. Didn't know what that mean, but I do know what it mean now. I don't think I want to stay around so long still, but I wish all that for you. Good health and everything. May your desires come through. All right. You and hubby should be celebrating today, I'm sure. Right? Oh, Lovely Anika sent maybe me chat too much. Since you're older than me, may I call you Miss Cam, me have brought up wait, the address said to Miss Sonia, since you're older than me, may I call you Miss Cam, me have brought up for me elders. I pray I'm favored enough to get to your age. Blessings, fam. I guess this is Miss Sonia. Let's Bunn TV say hold some fruits. Who's that? Munchie? Oh, that's Papa. Hi, Munchie. Hi, Mommy.
We want to say happy birthday to you.
You wanted to say happy birthday too?
Mm-hmm.
To who? You don't know whose birthday it is. It's Lovely Anika's birthday. Yes, Lovely Anika says, "Oh, Lovely Anika, you know that? Oh, wow. I appreciate you." Lovely Anika says, "Kai's birthday is coming up." Kai's birthday is tomorrow. That baby turns 7. Papa, oh, you right there? Come here. Oh, your face looks so nose naughty and all these things. There goes Kai. Kai will be 7 years old tomorrow. 7 already. Kai just born. I feel like Kai born. You know when Kai born, Kai was born with both eyes wide open, right? And Kai did something that most the healthcare workers had not seen. Some of them had never seen it, and the doctor said she only seen it like once. Lift up his head and turn around and look like this. At birth. At birth. Yeah. Eye them wide open like this. Didn't cry. Lift up him head and look around like that. Freaked me out. But ask him what you want for your birthday. What you want for your birthday tomorrow, Papa?
I just told you.
You did? Tell me again. I don't remember.
He wanted a turtle.
You want a turtle for real?
Yeah.
I didn't think you were serious. You really want a turtle? Kai wants a pet. So I'm going to have to go get him a pet. Your mom said it's okay to have a turtle? You clear it with mommy?
And I can help.
All right. Well, you're going to have to learn to take care of that turtle. Right? You see this? You see the comment section? Kaitaja Empress. All of them.
Birthday.
So you and Kai have birthday back at each other. Lovely Anika. Well, we're going to help you get it for him. Yeah, we're going to get him turtle tomorrow. Happy birthday to you, Kai. Make them buy you the whole zoo. Well, yeah, we don't want no big animals around here. One time we did have 2 dogs and I couldn't even use my backyard because the dog them used to doodle everywhere. And then even though we clean it up, the residue on the grass, like you can't clean dog doodle enough unless you dig out the whole grass and dash it away. So, and I don't ever want that again. Getting my fish.
No.
Please put up the P.O. box. Miss Goldie Robinson says, please put up the P.O. box. All right. Small caged bird. Uno realize what no do? Come on. Kai go on over there. So. Say bye to everybody.
Bye.
Nobody with it. Uno encourage you to get all kind of something and then left we in a hot water. Let's buy TV say get him a pet gator after all him born in a flock. You see all the extra bird, fish, pet gator, Flo, get him some goldfish. It's $25 each. And if they die, your pocket don't feel it. Says Jerome.
I'm definitely not there.
No, Jerome, and I get him no fish. Them have one big old fish tank at them grandmother house and my mom house for my daughter already. And she don't ever go visit her fish them. She don't ever take care of the fish them in the tank or nothing like that.
We did.
A rattlesnake, a alligator,
Oh, hell
a crocodile.
No. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, also Onika and the bird them noisy. You get around here every day. No, it's all right. I don't want to fling it to it. So you want a turtle pop?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the pet
no,
store after I'm done. All right, so Flo, just buy a pair of every animal. Like me and Father Abraham, bunches, free turtle alert. Says bunches. Can go to the park, go pick up one of the turtle them. We have a park. we have a park close by where people go on the trail and go off road on the trail them in there. Go over there, go pick up one of the turtle them. These turtles are big. I'm talking about like this big. Some of them like this big.
They're huge.
They're huge and they're old. I think they've been here like 100 or something years, some of them. them with a camera go to prison though. Because you're not supposed to touch them unless you see them like crossing the street. Because sometimes them get out of the park and there's a busy street close to the park. Sometimes you'll see them crossing. And you will see people stop them car, block traffic, pick up the turtle, and bring the turtle, go put it back in the habitat. Over so. Open up an account for him. Throw all your pocket change. It says BM. Please put up the PO box. Goldie Robinson added. I'll put the PO box up. It's PO box 1103111101. Let me see. Papa, you seriously want that turtle for real? Bill, can I tell the same one turtle? So I get him the turtle for real? Okay. Me did have one squirrel, but it's one that I had a squirrel, but I named him Felix, but I caught him outside. I may catch my own squirrel and name him as my pet. And actually, it wasn't for me. It was for my older kids.
You should have called him Scared Cat.
Nah, Felix passed away, man.
Oh. That's definitely why you not catch squirrels.
And here's I didn't pin the call-in number at the top of the chat. Let me see. Okay, that's the PO box right there, so. It's pinned at the top of the chat. The PO boxes. Just don't do me like the sister from Canada did. I was very appreciative. You know, she sent a money order, and the money order was she put the wrong address on it, so it didn't get to me. It came to Florida, but it didn't come to me. And she started like calling like almost every day. It was like, I want to make sure that somebody didn't steal it and all that, you know. And I must have said, well, if it mean that much to you, you know, like she said about $20, $25, something like that. I said she might be in here right now. I didn't mean no disrespect by it, but I was saying if it mean that much to you to lose $20 or $25, then you know when they send it back to you, keep it. Don't send it again, cause in case it get lost again. She said, but kupa you too. You know, when Jamaican people say, but kupa you too. I said, I'm just looking out for you. I no disrespect. You know, me not mean no disrespect. Me just don't want you out of your money and your money lost and all that. She said I was actually sending it out of the goodness of my heart, you know. But it's like exalt yourself kind of thing. Felix, me catch Felix out the door and we did a raise Felix and Felix dead. Felix was I think Felix dropped out of the tree, injured himself, and we caught him. Cause squirrel fast, you know, so you can't catch them unless something wrong with them. And him end up dead anyway. We were doctoring him, and him end up dead. But Kupayoto. When she said about Kupayoto, the conversation went all the way left, my friend. I immediately started to apologize though. Because me a Jamaican and I know what Kupayoto mean. You know, mean nothing good. So if you're not Jamaican and anybody ever say, but Kupayoto or Kupayoto, it don't mean nothing good. Them have nothing good to come back at that after that. Okay? She was trying to say I'm exalting myself. I need to humble myself because she actually was sending it out the goodness of her heart. I said I didn't mean any disrespect. I just don't want you to go through the trouble and then be worried. Right? So I'm trying to relieve your worries. That. Hi, why? Yeah, S Diva, and that me I say. And no, that me never said to her, but I actually said it offline, you know. I said, imagine if I did all $100, like should I have a heart attack? You know, I don't want to cause her no strain and stress. What? Who tell me if you go say that? What coupon you too? She called in here a couple of times. On the live. Anyhow, I appreciate you. Thank you. If I even dollar, it was still a thank you. I was truly just looking out for you and didn't want you to be, nervous. I watch your mailbox every day and wonder if somebody thief the $20, $25, whatever it was, like that. Me hurt our feelings, Audrey. Me hurt our feelings. And it was the thought too, Sonia. Sonia Brooks, you're absolutely right. It was the thought too. Fran says, then why you to get charged with animal cruelty? No, oh, now I talk about Felix. Oh, a long time ago, man, me catch one. Me never catch it. It dropped down out of a tree. It was injured. I actually went outside and pick it up. I could clear up the story because Florida is a funny place. Next thing, you're gonna see me handcuff, because he confessed on a live video that he captured one of our endangered squirrels. And SOUFLOTV TV, the on Channel 7 Florida News, I cry over a squirrel when they cuffed me up for. The squirrel was probably rabied why it died. And we weren't even thinking about that. We weren't. And you're right. Could have been too. She should have boxed it on so far. Well, thank God she did that too far. And it's a big woman too. Thank God she was too far for box me dog. Yeah, may have respect for big people, especially big people. If you're trust me, if you're big somebody, I just saw them raise me. Me can't disrespect big people. I talk to big people like that's why I can't understand like new generation when me hear them. I mean they're Jamaica already and hear young school picnic tell big people suck Canada. How we are chat to our old girl, our old boy, and I'm like, where did our culture go? Cause I can't do it. Even though as a big man, I still can't do it. Which is crazy. Who you think you be? Look up you talk. You think mighty highly of yourself, man. Wait there. Oh, lovely Alika say, family me I wash me. Me body I wash me body and get ready for me day. Me there tune in, but me I go be in and out. So thank you all again. All right, big up yourself, Anika. Dennis Sparks says home ec class and HD home ec class. I'm in high school in a JA. Made shorty pajama set. Did typing shorthand as well. As you know, wait there. As you know how Channel 7 in Miami did enough when with the news coverage. He's semi-popularly known in the Caribbean community. He has a pretty large following on YouTube. And yeah, and next thing you know, did y'all see the Jamaican man? Is a dog him kill? The Jamaican man who killed the dog. He got locked up. The man get locked up in Florida. We kill the dog. And then after him PM bail and get let out and everything, them do the news interview with him and him say how him life turn upside down. My life just turn upside down. Me I said to myself, so you think of Jamaica you're there? But the dog, did I think the dog was like doing on his property all the time and all kind of something like that. Him call the animal control people them and them couldn't catch the dog. The dog trample up in floors and all kind of something. So I don't think he killed the dog. I think he hurt the dog. But anyway, I'm get arrested for it. And he was an older man. Was an older Jamaican man. And him do him whole interview in a straight patois. Which was funny as hell. I know it wasn't funny because he got arrested and it was a raccoon. Sorry, allow me to tell. Senior Sexy. Thank you. It was a raccoon. It wasn't a dog. It was a raccoon. Them charged the rotted man for a raccoon. So that's why I say, I could fix my story straight because a squirrel. I have them doing so over a raccoon where everybody afraid of. Then they might do me worse over a squirrel. I remember that story. Him burned the animal, so him did kill it. Him set him on fire.
That's brutal.
Thank you, Senior Sexy. It was a raccoon. Wasn't a dog. Rotted. Yeah, up my side, and it was a raccoon. Boy, them wickedy. I never hear nobody get charged, arrested, and had to post bail to get out for a raccoon. And if him did lick down the raccoon with a big stick and yam the raccoon, nobody wouldn't say nothing to him. Because you know they eat those, right? Some people eat them.
Oh wow.
We can't eat them something there. A raccoon. Isn't a raccoon like a rodent? It look like one big rat type. A raccoon. Yeah. Him get arrested. Let's go on TV. Them arrest him, bro. Live on the air with SOUFLOW. Good morning.
Good morning, how you doing?
Me there, no brother. What go on?
But there, one guy inside and familiar with it all a mango. The lighting.
Light your fire. I watch the fireball run.
The fire there move.
You didn't know the story about the man, the Jamaican man with the raccoon?
Yeah, but then
I'm sure it's still on YouTube.
but the thing is, they said that we could put up say if we have problems.
Jerome, how your phone sounds so? Like you're underwater.
I'm hearing you clearly now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we never hear you clearly. it's switching around. I'm hearing you clearly now. Go ahead. No, are we not hearing you clearly?
That's why I don't like to talk to people who can't use their brain quickly.
Yeah, but you have me, Mr. Wait. I don't mean. We can't hear clearly. Batches say you need some credit. Yo, Batches say you need some credit, bro. Yeah, run out of credit. Oh man. Me not like raccoon and sitting there, man.
You're afraid so want to alligator them. And the big lizard them were crazy big.
I'm not afraid of them. We're just not going near them. We don't want them. We don't want one of them. Oh, me there Miami the other day, right? And one spring up out of nowhere. And you want to see me shh the lizard and shh the lizard. And the lizard just stay there and look power. For some reason, the lizard turned in a few direction and start running towards me. I take on myself. I couldn't believe somebody actually afraid of it, but I don't think it's afraid. I just think me not like creepy crawly. And lizard is a creepy crawly.
No.
Yeah, I'm not
so
afraid.
You don't like nothing that crawls?
No.
It doesn't crawl.
I don't like lizard. I don't like roach. I don't like
but I
rat.
see a man were in the army for years and him 50,000 times bigger than the roach. You afraid of one little small roach?
You're not afraid of roach? Bro, me not talk about regular roach, you know. You see the roach them will fly. Them the roach me I talk about. You're not afraid of them?
I'm afraid of them.
You afraid of
Me
them?
just not like them. But me not afraid of them. If me have to move to them, I move to them.
And let's watch TV say afraid, don't pretty tough. I mean matter. Nah man, if you want to see me run and ball out like girl loud and make the roach they fly. I'm afraid of roach. Bad.
I'm afraid of them.
I'm not afraid of lizard. Little lizard I'm not afraid of. Them big lizard they like what them have in Florida here, iguana type lizard. Yeah, me think me afraid. If one of those drop on me, I think I would pass out.
I see even the little bugs where fly around. You know those little moth butterflies that flies around the light bulb?
Mm-hmm.
My woman, we afraid of that. I'll scream when you see one. But when there's argument, she want to stand up to me. You know, afraid of me, but one little butterfly, she afraid.
She used to you, man. She know you're not doing nothing.
But we used to hear when we see black bat, them see a dumpy bat, and Hey,
I'm afraid
one
of
time
bat.
people used to do things to cripple we, you know.
No, I'm afraid of bat. Afraid of bat. Bad.
I'm afraid of that. I'm not.
So if you see a black post, what you do?
I'm not afraid of puss. But a bat, I'm definitely afraid. Them ugly, bro. The bat, them ugly and look like them will do something to you. Even though I know them now and not fair, they look like they will do something to you. I'm afraid of them. I'm afraid of bat. Bad. In Jamaica, at my grandparents' house, back in the day when I grew up there, every evening, 6 o'clock in the evening, the rat bat them used to shoot out like a gang of them. You know, me I talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They must have fly out in a long line out of the ceiling. And sometimes during the daytime, you can hear them up there squeak, 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 and a fumble around. So they used to go out nighttime because they're nocturnal, and they will come back before daylight. And you can hear them go back in the ceiling, which part them live. I'm afraid of them,
So-
you're rotted.
So you
Sometimes
know,
one of them
people
drop down in
there
their
and go,
house.
"Yeah, it's time for them fly out now and start do something to lick them as they fly out."
No, bro. Me run gone inside. Sometimes one will drop down in the house, like one was sick and I got dead or something like that, can't fly or something. I was so afraid. Scared of them something there.
They ain't no bad.
No man, bad one next way, but just know with them things sitting there.
Daddy, that's not even scary.
Alright, so I'm going back in the
All right, bro.
Yeah.
I was 14 and my job was to what? Museum was to feed apples to the Madagascar hissing cockroaches. Oh my god. I've never encountered one in person, but there's a zoo here. Remember when we went to the zoo pop and
Yeah.
the hissing cockroaches?
Yes, I
Them
was
big old
almost,
hissing cockroaches?
yes, I was
Oh,
almost
that
scared
is
of them.
creepy. They hiss loud too. And then big. No, sir.
It's at the Boulevard Zoo and they're fake.
And they're fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not real.
But they're a
You can tell
replica.
because they're not moving.
They're a replica. They look exactly like the real thing, though, bro.
Yeah, if they were moving, you could tell they're real.
Right. All right. We have other things to get into this morning, you know. Jeez, the kid. Oh no, I forgot to leave from over here. Come, we want to talk about this topic, and y'all can't be over here when I get into this topic. While they're here though, let me just put this out there. I don't want to be long. Yeah, I'm not gonna vacate the spot. I'll be done. Give me some time. Yeah, mommy, you're gonna have to go too. I appreciate it. I love you. I'll see you soon. All right. So we're gonna talk about the porn warning. Porn warning. We have a next story here about a young lady who she was with the police officer and the police officer ended up taking her life. There's more to that story that came out. Her name was Moya from St. Anne, I believe it was. And then there's a love triangle story here as well. 2 women a fight over a man. Didn't end good. But before we get into all those though, and there's the Diddy trial, we still have a lot to talk about. We're gonna do a lot of sidelining this morning. But it's okay. Journey. 5 dead in Jamaica yesterday, and several others were injured. The several others that were injured on the Mandela Highway when a bus incident took place. And the 5 that were dead were from 3 different accidents. 2 dead in a one in St. Catherine in a crash, 2 dead in one out of Old Harbour in a crash, and a 57-year-old man out of Manchester in a crash. I just try to use the platform to like raise awareness, but still like really ask my people them like what do I do? What do really I do? Because you know, so the next biggest killer next to the murder rate is actually us in traffic. We talked about this before. Whole heap of people buy them lights now, all these things, which I used to think people just said that. I didn't know it was an actual thing that people actually really buy them lights now and don't have no proper training. So them drive. And when you know if you're trained to drive, you know how to get yourself out of certain situations, right? If you lose control of your vehicle or if you're going around a steep corner at high speed, blah blah. I'm guessing somebody who didn't have any driver's training lose control of them vehicle all the time in these situations, but that's a lot of people. 5 dead. That's just yesterday, you know. Multiple people injured on the bus and 5 dead in a traffic accident. So we just want to tell the people them say, slow down. Slow down. Whether you buy your license or you actually go driving school, slow down. Because the name of the game is arrive alive. Okay? Because if you're not alive, you won't arrive. And you're trying to arrive. You try to arrive at your yard, you try to arrive, go work, you try. Nowhere is worth dying to get there at full speed. Because you're dead. That means you never got there. Yeah. And this bugs me because every time I'm in Jamaica, that's like, you know, when you're there in Jamaica, some people say they're afraid, like, I'm afraid of gunman or I'm afraid this is going to happen. That's like one of my biggest fear. I'm afraid that somebody I go, I not speak that into the universe still, but I don't want to be in an accident, so to speak, because I noticed that a lot of the times these people wipe out other people who don't have nothing to do. And these are people who are actually doing the speed limit, driving legally, going about their business, and next thing you know, you're up on front page news. Because some wild boy want to press out the gas on the toll and sliding at the spaceship or whatever I want to call it, you know, and end up take you out with him. And enough time are you dead and them live. So y'all be careful out there, man. It don't look good. Audrey Wright says, bless you, wife, because she hear you sneeze. That bless you something there's a Yankee thing and true. We're not Yankee when we sneeze, we don't say bless you. It's a true, real thing. When we sneeze, we don't say bless you, because it's a Yankee thing. When you're there in Jamaica, sneeze and see if anybody say nothing to you. You'll probably hear, Lord God, cover your mouth, no man. So, if you didn't cover your mouth, but you're not here, no bless you. So we're trying not to take up some things, you know. All right, the porn warning. Let's get into the porn warning. Let's see if they did it thing for last. The porn warning, the love triangle. Boom, run into the porn warning. So, a family sex therapist out of Jamaica is arguing that increased access to technology has produced side effects, such as an addiction to pornography, which has contributed to Jamaica's falling birth rate and relationship failures. This is huge. They are now attributing our falling birth rate and dysfunctional relationships to an addiction to porn as technology has gotten more prevalent. As such, he is urging the church to preach against the damage and provide better alternatives, even as he acknowledges that there are positives in the increased access to technology. Why do they always go to the church though? Why them start out with the church? Pastor himself probably did have something on him phone where him go. Anyway, there is empirical data that suggests that sexual performance, especially in our men in Jamaica, that they are prone to having erectile dysfunction because if they are accustomed to viewing pornographic material, then they are aroused by that, what they see, and it gives them an intense excitation, and they're accustomed to reaching orgasm through masturbation or whatever. Dr. Sidney McGill argued during a recent virtual forum that was titled The Evolution of Parenting and Family Structure in Jamaica, put on by the Jamaica Council of Churches. Him sound like him have an agenda though. Him sound like he has an agenda. Anyway, he said that when it comes to having healthy intercourse, having a body in front of them that they're engaged with, they find that it does not excite them as much. And so they have to work much harder mentally to get an erection in the first place. Because, you know, the whole heap of something where you see on the screen and that go on where you see in front of you. You know, mama can't do the thing them where you just see on the screen and she not, and so it start out. He said that indulgence has led to disconnect, where individuals are no longer able to appreciate healthy, intimate connections with their partners. Now, the thing with porn is that it focuses on the genitals, and you don't watch the same porn twice. And so you constantly change again. Like we say, fast food keeps on changing. And so when it comes to having intercourse with your partner, which requires focus and longer focus, and it's just one body, and you're looking at that one body and they lack that discipline. So the more porn you watch is the more you are uh, sabotaging your own discipline, your ability to engage for a prolonged period of time. Cause you know you watch a porn and you're like, all right, I'm bored of that now. All right, I'm bored of that now. Me not like that one day. All right, that one years. And then when you all have one body in front of you, she can only do one thing at a time. You're like, eh. So we really have to look into that and see how we are. As a church, preach against it, but not just only preach against the damages that it causes, but also offer better alternatives. And better alternatives for me have to do with how to relate face to face with the opposite sex in a healthy, holistic way, the doctor said. It doesn't have to be sex based. In other words, that you know the goal to have sex with this person, but just normal, clean, healthy relationships. The church has its work cut out for it, Dr. McGill said. And according to sex therapists, the level of addiction fed by screen has resulted in less intimacy between partners. Because before we had this, people were very much into each other, right? Now people can just go off in a one different room in the house and rub out one by themselves or look past something where really turn them on and then jump in the bed and turn them back gear. I'm thinking that there is a decline because of the influence of pornography and its accessibility. Everybody can get to it. It's free. And I think because so much of the extramarital sexual activity begins on the screen first, so much of it happens there. There's a study that says married men and women who indulge in watching pornographic material, that's the first step. That's the gateway to actually cheating. It's kind of like how them say tobacco or cigarette is a gateway drug, because them start with that first and then them say, let me take a draw of weed, and before you know it, you're snorting coke and sniffing crack and however else you're doing out there, right? All right. So much of it happens there, he said. And I think in families or committed relationships, there is a bit less sex, especially for those who are 40 and up, 45 and up. He stated that while pointing out that this observation were anecdotal, the young ones, the testosterone tend to rule them. But I think the fertility is more of a biopsychosocial issue. Additionally, Dr. McGill argued that technology has disrupted relationships at other levels, which are also detrimental to procreation. Technology is changing dating, it's changing relationship dynamics. Remember, back in the day, you like a girl, you see her, you would have walk go over there, you would have say, hi, how you doing? You know, you had to, I would say you had to have some game, right? Maybe you never didn't need to have no game, but you had have to have some level of bravery to at least go over there and introduce yourself and say, hey, how you doing? You know what I mean? I see you. I like you and I want you. Yeah? You have to say something. Now, technology has changed all that. It removes that factor from a man walking over with confidence and introducing himself and saying, you know, most of the time it'll happen online now, where they'll slide into a DM or something like that. Uh, so technology has taken away the personal part. Uh, Technology is changing dating, change relationship dynamic, online dating apps, such as Facebook dating. I didn't even know that Facebook now have dating. Facebook dating, Tinder, Badu, Instagram have influenced how Jamaicans meet new partners. And this is leading to more cross-cultural relationships and blended families. So when it comes to dating, the social media impact, couples face new challenges such as mistrust due to online interactions and exposure to infidelity or opportunities for infidelity then. Oh, that is a big one. That is how I make my money, because one partner goes onto the other partner's phone and unearth all sorts of infidelity, and it becomes a big hullabaloo, and it needs to be resolved. And then they are here in front of me, Dr. McGill, for me to help them resolve the issue. He said that while technology helps individuals to maintain communication in long distance relationships, digital jealousy can also strain those bonds. You know, she did a like man picture, you are like girl picture, girl video, man video, she begs cause that's the way you are like, she a go like man no cause you like girl and me never say nothing about it. And next thing you told there you are to argue about who you are like on social media and who me not like, and the people them don't even know who know. Right. So we have this issue with smartphones, and smartphones now have become a limb. Like everybody carries it around like it's an extra arm attached to you. We have grown this limb, and without this limb, we are incapacitated. So we always have to have that limb we call a smartphone. However, there's a cocktail of solutions for this disadvantage and or technological pressure that is placed increasingly by the day on the Jamaican family structure. I'm thinking that a mandate for Jamaican institutions is needed to support Jamaica families. I heard the Ministry of Labor and Social Security with an advertisement for mentors. The Ministry of Education needs to be doing that as well. But you know, I'm a little bit biased because I am a Christian and I'm not apologizing. I really think that with what's going on with technology and how it is invading our lives, whether we want it to or not, the church will have to play a part, and a greater role is what the doctor said. Before we go any further with the rest of this, listen, I don't know if you all know it, but um, they said that Jamaica's birth rate, this is not they said as in me and you are talk, regular people, where this is not our expertise. This is the experts, the medical experts, doctors who are medical doctors who are saying that this is their field of study, this is their avenue, what them do. They're saying that Jamaica will, we're not producing enough to replenish. You know, the most I said, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish. And we're not doing enough of replenishing. So in, I believe it's 10 to 20 years to come, we're going to start to really see the effects. They were even having a discussion about importing sperm to impregnate our Jamaican women. And I thought, when I've gone too far now, man. Importing sperm. Me not think the Jamaican woman them have a problem with breeding, but I think they are having an issue with you wanting them to have a whole heap of picnic when life's so rough. Like everything expensive, opportunities are limited. You know, it's not everybody is getting ahead, so to speak. Yeah. Them a talk about importing sperm. Yeah. literally had a conversation about that, which I was dumbfounded. I said import sperm. So they just have to import just anybody rotted sperm come to Jamaica and not even know if it's some psychopathic kind of individual from over. So I know in Jamaica to them probably import bare white man sperm or bare light skinned mixed race people sperm or something like that, some other than sperm. And I thought, what woman is gonna carry that? Just some strange man sperm will have baby. If it comes to that, that's what we might have to do was the conversation because our men are not producing. Live on the air with SOFLO. Good morning.
Morning, good morning, family.
Good.
How are you, Sophia?
I'm good, family. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Okay, these people are such wicked people.
Break it down for us. What you say?
Women are conceiving, giving birth. Since last year to this year, 200 and something babies have been killed. Well, not, I don't know, not the,
You talk about the hospital,
in the
something where they
hospital.
want Christopher Tufton to resign. It's KPH.
And
Right.
that is just, that's what we, it should up. There's
Wait. Your phone is breaking
one
up
hospital.
badly. Your phone is breaking up badly. I want to hear what you're saying, but your phone is breaking up. Is Jubilee Hospital? Oh, your phone cut off? Caller? Hello? Her phone was breaking up badly and then it went silent. Some technical issues there. However, I hope she calls back. Call back, please. Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. It was 200 and something babies have died at that hospital. Is it so far for the year? Is it? We have to make sure before we say them something here, or is it from last year that time till this year that time? Because there's a difference. Hey, babe? It's so far for the year. You're sure? If I can't so far for the year, that would be a huge issue. Hold on there. Let me pull up something real quick. Because it can't be not in 2025 in modern day. It sounds like a back in the day problem, don't it? Let's see. Searching. Multiple reports indicate a higher number of neonatal deaths at Victoria Jubilee Hospital in Kingston. Here's a summary of the key information. 229 neonatal deaths were reported at the hospital between October 2023 and June of 2025. This is why I said we have to get these the proper information before we go put out. Because believe it or not, they watch us. So, me have a thing when me not like people look on me and say, look on him. He not even know where my chat about. You know? We're in information age. It's at our fingertips. So it's not over 200 for this year. It's over 200. It's 229 between October of 2023 and June of 2025, which still is an alarming number of babies. The Southeast Regional Health Authority, or SERHA, confirmed that 24 babies at that hospital died in the first 24 days of June 2025. Lord fire. 24 baby dead in the first 24 days of June. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I heard you, but that's just one hospital, right?
Right.
And we don't have the data for all the other hospitals.
Right.
So it's not that we are not conceiving. The women are conceiving, but the babies are not coming to tuition. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Because some of the reasons have to probably do with the hospital itself.
Right. That is what they're saying. They're saying inadequate resources,
Exactly.
understaffing, overcrowding,
Yeah.
all these things.
So how we ever continue the generation if they might kill off the picnic then?
Damn.
You see what I'm saying? How is that gonna work?
But I'm surprised we're
I don't
having
want
an
to
issue
carry
like
white
this
people's
though.
sperm.
That me thinking of. That's what I'm
I don't
thinking.
want to just get rid of the babies and carry some white people's sperm.
That's what I'm thinking, because why would they go to a conversation of importing sperm?
Exactly.
That threw me all the way off. And
That's
first,
crazy.
and,
They don't want to improve the hospitals because probably they have other agenda.
and
That's
first,
just my opinion.
you're right on it, and I love you thinking outside the box though, because I'm thinking along those lines
crazy,
myself.
So look how much babies, and not only that, some mothers didn't make it either.
Right.
Some of the mothers die.
I'm surprised in
So how are they
2025
coming
we're
to
having
report
this
it?
issue though.
And look, back in the days, so slow. Back in the days, a lot of people usually have children and they never go to the hospitals,
And them live. And
they
the baby live.
And now we have better advanced technology, better things, and which the baby can't live. It's crazy, so slow.
That's crazy.
And you know what Christopher Tufton do? He's coming out blaming the mothers. Blaming the mothers. Can you believe that?
What's he saying? What Christopher Tufton has said?
But pull it up and listen what he's saying.
This is our Minister of Health.
Listen what he's saying. He has not taken responsibility up until today.
Let me see. Call for.
I'll hang up and listen.
All right. That's a lot of babies. That's a lot of babies. Just 8 hours ago, 15 hours ago, it was posted that Christopher Tufton rejects the call to resign over the dead babies at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. That's the hospital my brother was born in, by the way. May his soul rest in peace, Jimmy. He was born at Victoria Jubilee Hospital. So he's rejecting the call for him to resign. And let's see what he has said, because 229, baby. October 2023, that's only 2 months in that day year there. Because you have November, December. So October, November, December, 3 months. And then you have 2024 is 12 months. And then January to June, 6 months, 12, 15, 16. That's 18 months. So that's 229 deaths, babies dead in 18 months from one institution. So put it in a nutshell then. Something is very wrong. This is their numbers. 229 babies dead from one institution in an 18-month space. Wow. Wow. Me have to say a wow again. Wow. So the woman them must be afraid to have baby to rotted. Well, Health Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton says that the opposition or People's National Party is using emotional manipulation and reckless political tactics in a bid to gain political benefit from the recent neonatal deaths at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital in Kingston. However, Tufton is asserting that the Andrew Holness-led government has, remember politics time now, election about to call. The Tufton is asserting that the Andrew Holness-led government has learned from past failures and is committed to systemic improvements in the health sector, which is reason enough to nullify the argument being advanced by the People's National Party. I'm guessing he's talking about to rubbish the whole argument about him having to give up his position. The problem with the orange people, as he calls them, the problem with the orange people is that they come up with these spurious arguments to play on people's emotions, to play on their fears, hoping that they will get elected. Dr. Christopher Tufton, who was speaking to a JLP, Jamaica Labour Party Westmoreland Central Workers Awards ceremony in Savannah Lamar on Sunday, said, now responding to the PNP, which has labeled the situation as an unfolding health crisis, which to Ross it is regardless of who's in power, Tufton said, in seeking to politicize the tragic deaths of these premature babies at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital, the PNP is drawing a flawed comparison to events that occurred during their administration back in 2015. So I guess this is now going to turn into you do it worse when you did in power or something like that. I don't know. All of a sudden, the PNP has a theory about calling for resignations and comparing what happened in 2015 with. So wait. So Dr. Christopher Tufton is first of all saying that these are premature babies. Even if those are premature babies, 229 premature babies that died at birth in an 18-month space. Something's still very wrong. Something is still very wrong. Wow. He went on to say that he's basically accusing the People's National Party because of them bring the information to the forefront, right? And he's saying they're looking votes. Live on the air with SOFLO. Good morning.
Good morning, SOFLO.
Good morning, family. How you doing?
I'm well.
229 in 18 months.
Yes.
You have to write that down. That's crazy.
That's 12.7 babies per month in the past 18 months.
That's crazy.
That's ridiculous. That should be a crisis.
That's what.
If the children are our future and the health minister don't see this as a crisis, what is his purpose?
That's a good one. But
all people can run country. How long the more last? I mean, did they find the fountain of youth and how not to die?
For him to be so uncaring. I mean that number is alarming.
It's beyond alarming. I did not know it was 18 months.
Yeah, it was 18 months.
I knew it was a collective. You see over a few years, but 18 months.
You see how they put it up in the news though? Is like from 2023 to 2025. So people look at it and be like, okay, it's a 3-year period that. But if you read through the details, it says from November of 2023.
That means it's at the end.
Right. So the year only had one more month to go. Right. Then we have 2024, which is 12 months, and half of this year. It's 18
these people
months.
Are incompetent. They're so. Oh my gosh.
What I'm
I don't
seeing,
know.
what I'm seeing that he's doing, he's actually blaming the People's National Party because they're the ones that put the numbers out there.
Uh-uh.
And they're saying he's basically saying that they are being super insensitive and they're using this type of information to play on people's emotions, hoping that it will bring them votes. But whether they're using it to bring them votes or not,
It's
the
a cause for alarm.
right, exactly. Is it happening? The answer is yes. We don't care if it needs to bring them
Absolutely.
vote or not. It's happening.
They're babies, and it's like there's a lack of empathy. Your country's future is in the balance. Oh God, Richard. Mm-mm.
And so the orange people are look votes.
Yes, we want to go.
Wow.
I can't with these people. Why everything has to be in politics?
And now
They should not be included in politics. These are babies.
And the thing about that, I can honestly say the People's National Party actually brought this up before, like way before. It's a while back that they brought this up because this is not new. So it's not that it's done around politics time for them. It's just actually
Exactly.
it's an issue that needs to be tabled for everybody to see.
Exactly. And I'm telling you, this is 2024. What happened to our great healthcare system? It was never like this in the 80s when we live at Jamaica and the Mango. So if for the orange people we need, yes, for the orange people we need.
Something needs to change up.
Absolutely, because this is being ignored.
It's their level of
This
accountability
is more
for me,
vital and more important than anything else.
It's their level of accountability for me. I have never seen any one of them say, you know what, we're getting this wrong. I think we need to change course and do X, Y, Z to make things better. Never. They always double down on whatever it is they're doing wrong.
True.
Yeah. And it's like we people have to just accept it. Because somebody will tell lie or somebody will look votes or, but is it happening? And the answer is yes.
It's happening. Is it being fabricated? No. It's real deal.
I just saying why Brogard not said nothing at all about this. Why would he?
Because
It's election time.
it cannot put money in his 28 bank account. It has no value to his 28 bank account.
Well, it could make him look bad too.
Let Wu say, I'm going to give some money to the birthright of Jamaica. Then you'll see him stand up and speak about it because it can pad his bank account. It's all about money for these people. What about this? Oh my God. I don't know, so I'm confused.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one. That's my 2 cents.
All right, my friend.
These people need to go.
But bottom line, yeah. All right. So Dr. Christopher Tufton is basically not owning up to anything. He says none of us on our side, the JLP administration, certainly not me, has ever made a statement about babies not being babies in the real sense. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Morning, SOUFLO.
Morning, family. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Morning, everybody. Don't forget, 2025, new population agenda is real. It is starting with the countries with the more political and corrupt leaders. I'm gone.
All right. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning, family. What going?
Yo, nobody now say, yo, we have a perpetual brain drain on earth out of Jamaica, year after year after year, for decades now. Because most of my family members there were female. them work in healthcare in America, yeah, I take care of old people.
So the more seasoned, the more experienced nurses, them gone.
Brother, my wife, a nurse, a foreigner. When Corona time in 2021, we up and me and we go up and travel contract.
Same.
I buck up in a 6 nurse, fresh from KPH, them fly in me. I pay them most like $150 an hour at the time. I remember when I came hospital is back sardine.
Right.
So you think them nurse they want to go back to Jamaica?
So that could be contributing to all that too.
I think about it. Nursing school hard. Right? Them have an upside down demographic in America according to them. We are more old people than young people because birth rate flatline nowadays.
Right.
Woman now have no 9 and 10 and 11 picnic like one time.
All people are living much longer than
people are living longer.
Yeah.
So now if you have a whole heap of old people from baby boomer generation in the 50s and 60s, people have 1 and 2 and that's it. Some even have none. Who are going to take care of all of them old people that come from come foreign? You know to say, oh, them people that love put them family in a nursing home. At least at Jamaica we kind of we keep we elderly in our home, you know? Yeah, bro. Especially if you come from our country, you know, you have the family flat around about. But them people there, and quick to push them family in a care home. So me I wonder, who are going to take care of all of them old people there in a say all the next decade now?
But here what? Jamaica gonna have the problem there. That the expert them a talk about. That's exactly what them a talk about at Jamaica, because them a say the generation them too far apart, and the ones who are aging out, like all few generation, if we not breed enough, we not gonna have nobody to take care of we.
That's why them all say social security they gonna run out of money. Because how them gonna pay for Medicaid and Medicare?
So if they're pulling out, because I want to stick to the baby them, because that number is staggering. 229 babies in an 18-month space from one institution, one hospital. That.
But think about it so slow. Even the highest nursing ratio, America usually like 6 to 1. The med-surg floor. Jamaica like 20 to 1, bro. One nurse here and is 20 people, bro.
That's a part of what they're talking about, the overcrowding.
You mean, bro?
And you know, when time them get burnout like that, then you know the next natural thing coming out like them don't care, some of them, and then bad attitude and you know negligence and.
Think about what you say so slow. You want nursing, right? I know how easy task, you know.
No.
Not in a black to go to hospital, but to do have baby.
Right.
That's the only part of the hospital is supposed to happen. Think about it so slow.
True.
So now, we come in at the pressure of our country because what? We don't have the infrastructure. Constant brain drain. But look how much them pay a travel nurse in America right now.
You're a wise brother, you know. Like, you hear what you just said? The brother said, think about it. Him said, nobody no plan to go to hospital. The only time you end up a hospital is when you get sick, right? The only part of the hospital we're actually supposed to be the happy part of the hospital, because if you think about it, this is life coming into the world. People excited, baby I got there. And to us, is a sad, rotted part of the hospital that we.
It's like them try to block the spirit, bro.
Because we don't have the proper infrastructure set in place.
If he's a woman, you would have looked forward to go to hospital.
Not a rotted. Yeah.
So it's like them try to block the people in spirit.
Great insight, bro.
All right, bless up, me, gentlemen.
Manners and respect. Great insight. Wow. Didn't even really. So far, it's a fact that the nurses left behind in Jamaica are equipped to be nurses. You have a sick and go hospital in Jamaica, they're not equipped to be nurses. Or them not care. Live on the air with SOFLO. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, SOFLO.
Good morning, family. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
All right, what's going on? Talk to me now.
It's sad, but my question is, in Jamaica they have birth centers, right? What? It's not a hospital, is where they go and have birth. So if the numbers are high in the hospital, can you imagine what they're like at the birth centers?
And the thing is, they're not putting out they're not sharing national data on this particular subject right here. Because where do we go to find out, all institutions combined, how many babies have died at birth since, say, the last 5 years or so? I'm sure that information is being gathered because every time there's a death, it's recorded. But who's gathering it up and putting it out there for us to see? So it's like they hide even that information. I guess because they don't want to cause an alarm.
It's sad. It's sad because I was born at Jubilee Hospital. My mom been a nurse at KPH for years. She's up here. She's retired now, but like, it's sad that you actually, for the Minister of Health, you need a medical doctor. I'm not sure if Christopher Tufton is a medical doctor.
Christopher Tufton is a medical doctor.
Yeah,
Christopher Tufton is a medical doctor. Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, is a medical doctor. That's why they were like, why did they put him to be Minister of National Security instead of putting somebody who understands that line of work in that place and put him in the medical field, because that's where he's qualified at. But yeah, Dr. Christopher Tufton is a medical doctor.
He needs to go. There's a lack of accountability there.
Right. It's just the complacency and the lack of accountability that it's not like he's not qualified. He's just, they all look like they really don't care. It's like they don't care,
At least the orange people care. I mean, they brought up the issue.
Right, and now they're being accused of bringing it up only because they want to win votes. And guess what's going to happen here? A lot of Jamaican people are going to side with that. The same Jamaican people we're trying to help, right? Are the same Jamaican people who will side with that. Move on, go ahead. I sure know I look votes. Yeah.
And they vote back the same person back in power, and it's the same.
And the same cycle continues. Yep. And another 18 months.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, in another 18 months and another 229 babies dead again.
So sometimes I wonder if it's even like, are we like wasting our energy voicing our concern about this if it's going to go back to the same sad story? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's like you're talking to a wall and the wall is not moving and just looking at you.
Yeah.
And then it's like the same psychotic circle over and over and over again. And it's like no change.
I think that's what has broken the people about a lot of issues in Jamaica. And I've said this before right here. The people are so used to championing a cause and fighting for something, and then nothing happens and things go back to the same over and over and over, to the point where now everybody is just like, you know what? I guess I just saw the thing set there, man, and just leave it at that, you know? Make we go worry about something else, because nothing not change, and just leave it at that. So they've been like beaten into submission to accept this or whatever they're given then. Because it's not just in this, it's pretty much everything else. It's pretty much everything else. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad.
They need to build new hospitals. I mean, you put so much emphasis in tourism, which is good, but like you need new hospitals in each parish.
Or at least update the ones you have to modern day facilities. You know?
What could that be updated? That's so old.
That too. That too.
Yeah.
I agree.
Sad.
I agree.
Sad.
All right, my friend.
Sad. All right.
All right.
All right.
All right. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Morning, my general.
Morning, brother. See it.
Anyway, let me make some correction. Tufton is not a medical. He is a book doctor.
Tufton is not qualified medically?
Not. He is a book doctor.
So I lie them. You not lie them.
Yeah, in degree, he used to be a lecturer, and basically, in is an academic. So here the next thing when we want to add to this now. The lady just get a number, which are like 13 a month. That are like 2 every day. Every other day. 1 every other day. If one person dead out of Mr. Tufton's family every other day, is not a problem. You see, in a film family, him have somebody a dead out of him family every 3 days is no cause for concern. And that's what I try to tell people, you know. So we must look on the number then.
Bro, okay, guess what? Me just pull up him, me just run him file, yes, all right? He's not qualified to be where he's at.
Let me know how hospital run.
Minister of
Health. Let me try to build a hospital, refurbishment, take out be a hospital, and it'll take them almost 8 years. Brethren, we know, I just over there, and I tell you, say, we are do VA hospital, which is probably 5 times them the size.
Right.
And we have done them the project in 18 months. And we are talking about everything. You get me?
See.
So we don't want to talk about the qualification and getting more hospital. And can manage to put in the one them with them have. You see me? I make we backtrack now on the part where we are talking about the baby them. You see? If you have in any family in a care how it is, because this is close to the murder rate, you know.
Yeah.
Because 8 people are there are dead, average for murder. And 1 or so, as a half every day for them. You see me? So this in terms of numbers are something to look at.
It is.
Because in a match up against the world standard.
The brother I called earlier and said the depopulation agenda. When we are talking about numbers like these, you can't ignore a theory like that.
Okay.
Right.
Damn. Yeah. So what we want him to do, looking at him family, if him start lose 1 person in a him family every other day, if him now go check out to our one and jump on Captain plane and carry everybody go to Miami. Bless my brother.
Manners and respect.
In the chat, we kill because.
All right.
Blessings.
It's like you need to treat it like an emergency. So why was I under the impression that thank you for that correction, brother. That was Mervyn the point, Jamaica Kerr. Why was I under the impression Dr. Christopher Tufton was actually a medical doctor? Because that's what I was told, and I was told by somebody who I thought was credible, but looking it up, he has no medical qualifications at all. So how is he Minister of Health? Shouldn't Minister of Health be run by somebody with some medical qualifications? Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Morning, here. Long time in here is a doctor of agricultural science. Yes. Dr. Fenton Ferguson is a real medical doctor.
The one from the one when them give a fight. The one they're giving a fight to a sue and
so
all
when them
this.
pay tip it up now, when him said when the premature baby they went dead, he said those are not real babies, so that's why he come back home, repeat what him said must be from 2015 and stuff like that. Yes, so they think it for that, but people not waking
Dr.
up.
Dawes.
No, not Dawes. A Dawes said that?
No, I said Dr. Dawes are the one with them a fight and I give the sue him all kind of something.
Yes. Yeah, because I see that man they're showing, because they see on social media the whole thing.
Dr. Dawes is a medical doctor.
Yes, he's a medical doctor, but I'm speaking of former PNP medical, he was the Minister of Health. Dr. Fenton Ferguson, he said that in somewhere 2010 to 15. So when he said that, now the GLP came out and said he should resign when he said the babies in that diet is not real baby. So it was a big hullabaloo uproar in the country because he said, how you mean saying a real baby then premature baby? And you know, some of them must say take about like 6 months and stuff like that. So there was a big thing. So the GLP then come out and say resign, resign, resign. So now that's why they didn't come back now to play tit for tat, because that's why he said, I know he did say they were not real babies. Regardless, these babies are dying now. He's saying that he never said I'm a real baby then.
Okay.
So that's why he said so. Yes. Okay. So you get it. Yes. So I see Dr. Dawes and all of that. So I hear the whole big thing, yeah. But we're not waking up and that's how we are got and we are conspiracy theory when we look into certain things because it is alarmingly bad. 200 baby dead in 1 year.
229 baby in 18 months.
In 18 months.
From one institution.
From one, and then
that's not a number from all the others combined, you know. This is from one.
From one. So look at it now. And then don't they might tell us that they want 10 sperm coming in Jamaica.
Right. Which is weird as hell.
Weird as hell. So me fall in the conspiracy theory. Me, no say me no bad, but me look into those things because the last time we get pregnant, I got pregnant the last time was through a condom. So man in Jamaica more fertile than anywhere else in the world. So all these things and come out and put out about them watch porn and this and that. Me look on the other side. I'm not looking at what they are putting out. I'm not digesting. Because as a look on one woman in Jamaica, they're pregnant. So how comes them come say this now? No, look at it, you know. Look at it deeply. You may not want to say, you know. You're looking for other people to say, but look into it.
Yeah, but you know, there's them
soft. Really low, you know.
Listen, you know, them soften up the ground enough. Cause first them come tell we say, them do a recent study will show that one in every 3 or 1 in every 4 of women in birth giving age or the age where you should be between this number and that number are infertile or are having problems conceiving. And then they went to the men and then put this is in recent times and we covered it right here. Then they put out that the men, they don't know if too much boom man, rum man, drinking and not eating properly and whatever. But but the man them are now 1 in every 5 or 1 in every 3 or something like that rather. A fire blanks or have low sperm count. Yeah, or a poor sperm count. So them soften we up already with that for things that the woman them can't conceive are having problems conceiving and the man them sperm too weak. And then them come with the whole
all right, no, you see where the people them has been coerced to fall into certain things and fall in and I say, all right, me want sperm from over some. You see? You see?
I don't know that one Jamaican woman will do that.
No, man, nobody say that. You know, see them over run off with the light complexion.
Then again, you know what I mean, take that back, yeah.
Yes. So you need to remember because remember say when you see the Cuban them come on the board, you say send that one they come, can come.
Yeah.
When the Asians
me keep in my mind, yeah.
Send all right. Send them back to the boat still. What was it? No, come on, man.
That's true.
Tap up here. You don't drink no coffee since morning. I didn't no can starfish. Me I hit me no winner. So go and go hit you and come back, man. All right, later.
All right, later. All right, so, man, I'm not gonna take no more phone calls for a minute. I'm just gonna go through this information because we have other stuff that we need to get to. All right, so don't ring the phone. Just walk with the information. Let me run through it quickly. So first, let's finish up what Dr. Christopher Tufton has said. He said all of a sudden, the PNP have a theory about calling for resignation and comparing what happened in 2015 with what has transpired here in 2025. None of us on our side, the JLP administration, certainly not me, has ever made a statement about babies not being babies in the real sense. That was the most insensitive comment that any political leader or policymaker could have made, as was made by the then Minister of Health, Dr. Fenton Ferguson, was the one that said it. He said, Tufton also insisted that the government's response has been measured and informed by empathy, not political expediency. He also defended the integrity of health sector professionals, saying that the opposition was undermining the doctors and the nurses and the policy writers in their bid to score a political point. They are prepared to discredit the very technocrats who work in healthcare in order to get state power. They are reckless, Dr. Christopher Tufton said, while expressing sympathy for the affected families who have lost these babies, arguing that the opposition's rhetoric is amplifying and not helping their pain. So because them a tell we say so much baby are dead, that is amplifying and not helping their pain. In contrasting the current government's posture with what he called the insensitive and dismissive approach of the PNP administration in 2015, Tufton said it was public outrage and not only any noble act of accountability which forced the resignation of key officials back then. They should contextualize and recognize that it's not only the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, who called it resignations then. A country was in outrage. A country called for their resignations. We have learned from their mistakes and the error of their ways, he said. Now calling on the country to unite in support of grieving families, Tufton said all of Jamaica must see this as a tragedy. The system that we have been working to build back, having succeeded them in 2016, is aimed at addressing these risks and striving for excellence. Chief Medical Doctor Dr. Jacqueline Bissosor Mackenzie has confirmed an increase in the number of newborn deaths at the VJH since the start of June, but she said that the rise is not linked to an infection outbreak. So a medical doctor at the facility has confirmed the numbers. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has reviewed the deaths at the Victoria Jubilee Specialty or Special Care Nursery since the beginning of June 2025. There has been an increase compared to the previous month and to the same period last year. The deaths are not attributed to any infection breakouts at the facility, says Dr. Bissasor Mackenzie. However, Dr. Alfred Dawes, the opposition spokesman on health, has disputed the official explanation. Dr. Dawes said it is evidence of a deeper systemic issue, citing 229 neonatal deaths from October 2023 rather to June of 2025. They're still playing politics with it. Them still play politics with it. If I was a woman, I would definitely not be trying to breed and run go to them hospital cause I'm looking like they might kill me or kill me and me picnic. So there's no incentive for the women. Them. It's not like we have like the earlier caller said, an infrastructure in place where our women can be confident bringing babies into the world. But women are still having babies on a regular basis as we speak. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
SOUFLO, the hypocrisy. In 2015, when the PNP was in power, Andrew Olney cried out and said, I can hear the babies crying. And if GLP was in power, the babies would be living. He called for the resignation. You know what this guy is doing now? He's deflecting from the people calling for resignation. That's what he's doing.
Andrew himself is quiet.
Because because in 2015 what he did. So he has to be quiet now.
He's completely quiet.
The hypocrisy in politics, that's why Jamaica can't get nowhere. Everybody, even the news media, everybody's quiet. Where are the mothers? Even the mothers. Where are the mothers and the fathers who lost these babies? They're not crying out. They're not demonstrating.
Them quiet.
They're quiet.
Yeah.
This is crazy, SOUFLO.
And the crazy.
Have a good day.
Yeah, all right, my friend. The crazy thing is, a lot of them were quiet to, a FIDEM party in power, and they're quiet because election time is here, and them no want to say nothing much and make them party go lose the election. They literally put the love for party over the well-being of the country. I'm still shocked that Dr. Christopher Tufton is not a medical doctor. I'm not going to go through his stuff right here, but he's not a medical doctor. Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. He has a degree he went to school in the United Kingdom. He went to Georgia State in the United States of America. He went to the University of the West Indies as well. And there is nothing medical at all in any of his studies. So how did he become Minister of Health and Wellness? That's a position that should be reserved for somebody who is in the medical field at least. Wow. And then again, of course, earlier I said Dr. Chan is actually a medical doctor. That me sure of. And him at the Minister of National Security. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
SOUFLO.
Yeah, family.
Oh, they brought him in. He was in the Indian with Bruce Golden when the party was formed. And everybody come back in after Siaga calling back Bruce and been calling back everybody. And they said, always this bright man is going to be left out, and they squeeze him in when the JLP left him out.
And give him a position. No.
Yes.
Agriculture and Fisheries first.
Yes.
Okay.
They didn't give him agriculture and fisheries first.
How them give him first?
I think he come in.
Because of that, I see up here, so,
yeah, man, he find something there, but in a doctor of agricultural science. But I mean, I want to say the wrong thing, but we remember what he come in as an MP, then they say this bright man can sit on the side. So then get him in and then put him as the Minister of Health.
Okay.
So that's what we get. But one quick question I want to ask you.
Yeah.
What if no study not done? All of these babies that are dying, what if the parents, them, the mother, them, and father, them take the thing there?
Yeah.
No study not done. You understand me?
They sitting
yes, man.
They're sitting.
They're sitting there. Yes, man. So we don't know. No study has been done. We can look all what that happened for the people.
I remember say people couldn't even say nothing did I go on with them one time then take a sitting and not show.
Exactly.
We have to go along like say, anybody who did come out and say sitting around with them, see how they need treat them.
Boy, me there in my life, me pay the ultimate sacrifice to not take it, you know.
Me
And
too, you
me
know.
stung on me and what. Me pay the ultimate, okay, me pay more, you me not talk days and night, me cry. I you me look for inspiration, laugh and all of that. That's why sometimes the parents, some things in a joke, me there, me laugh and happy and me I say, me have to listen because when me not see you, me start fret. But trust me pay the ultimate sacrifice for it. Yeah.
All right,
Let
my
me tell
friend.
you.
Let me run through the rest of the information here. So we can go into another topic. All right. No more phone call for a minute. Let me go back to the porn addiction part. I'm thinking that a mandate for Jamaica institutions is needed in support of Jamaican families. He said, Dr. McGill said, the church cannot continue playing church as it has been in the past, or they're going to lose everybody. And we'll have to turn the church into some bowling alleys or something else other than church. Church is so vitally necessary nowadays. One of the major functions of the church in Jamaica, as I know it for years, is to provide a community. The church has to do a lot more if they are going to save our society, if our society is going to become whole again. He said that the urgency is even more given that the children have now escaped the damaging effects of have not escaped the damaging of explicit sexual context or content. Because everybody have a cell phone now and they pick them. I've said this right here on this platform. I said, if your child has a cell phone, your child is probably viewing porn. So as a counselor, I see so many kids, 8, 9, 10 years old, and they're passing around porn in the classroom. And they've been exposed to sexual activities way before they even complete puberty. So you see, the easy access to information, and it's not under a lot of control because so much of our parents are way behind and are just ignorant novices when it comes to handling technology and these new technological devices. The children know more than them. The children are more technologically savvy than their parents are. So there's going to be problems, he warned, adding that some children are clinically depressed and they depend on their devices to keep them stable. These are your children. Chair of the Family Life Commission, Dr. Rachel Matthews, supported the points that were made by Dr. McGill. Honestly, I believe that this decline in fertility in Jamaica is a good opportunity to initiate comprehensive sexual education, to teach about relationship skills, conflict resolution, a good segue into implementing strong programs for boys and men instead of just driving home the point of just procreate. Stephanie Christian, Family Life Director of the Archdiocese of Kingston, commenting further, said that pornography is a huge problem. It is bigger than we actually think. We either know or we want to admit. And it causes many problems that I don't think we are aware of yet. The breaking down of marriages as a result of pornography. Children being exposed to pornographic material that are not mentally able to handle that exposure, and what this does to their whole sexual development. Even this whole thing of young people, how they see relationships, and the fact that they're not necessarily are initially interested in family life, so to speak, and the way how we know it. Husband, wife, children, family unit. Them a grow up as say porn, cause you give your pick a phone from them at 7, 8, 9. So them a grow up as say frivolous sexual activities. That's a new generation of people who are thinking, me no want no wife, me no want no husband, I want porn. And you can't get that from anywhere, from anybody. I think pornography plays a role in all of that. If for no other reason, the addictive nature itself. So according to the Jamaica Population Health Status Report from 2000 to 2022, that's an extensive piece of gathering of info there, which was tabled in Parliament last May. the island continues to face a low birth rate problem, with total number of live births in the country declining sharply over the last 20 years. It said in 2021 that there were 31,276 live births compared to 40,508 in 2010, compared to 56,134 in 2000. Overall, Jamaica's crude birth rate, which is the number of annual live births per 1,000 population, declined by 10.2% points from 21.7 per 1,000 population in 2000 to 11.4 per 1,000 in 2022. It said that the population by age showed that in 2019, there were 578,738 Jamaicans under the age of 15, compared to 261,750 Jamaicans over the age of 65. However, between 2000 and 2019, the child population decreased by 31.7%, while the elderly population grew by 32.6%. The data triggered a warning in September that year from respected former public servant Reginald Bunn, who said in the fall in Jamaica's birth rate if it continues unabated, the island's vision for developed country status will remain just a dream. Jamaica has also fallen below the replacement level fertility rate of 2.1 for the first time, and it is actually currently at 1.9. Replacement fertility is the total fertility rate at which some women give birth to enough babies to sustain a population level. And for the first time in history, Jamaica has actually fallen below the fertility rate from a 2.1 to currently at a 1.9 and sliding down still. Live births, meaning out of all the attempted births. Sheldon, well done, said, yes. When it's not the baby, it's the baby's mother who dies from infections. So that's a way to tie in, the great impact of modern day technology and what it has brought to us, and tie it into the whole birth rate argument as well, right? Interesting. Super interesting. I do think we have a porn problem. I do know, and I've warned parents before here over the years, that if your child has a smartphone, then your child is seeing things that probably even you as a grown person have not seen or has no interest in seeing. Because remember, I know when people start look around for things, they're going to come across things that you probably never seen before either. How do they deal with these things, making these impressions on their young mind? Just like Kanye West came out and said the other day, I don't know if some of you missed it, Kanye West said his house had pornographic material in it, and he would go in dig into his father's stash. His father's stash were men and women, and him used to that. And him used to see that, and him cousin see that. And then his mother did have a stash, and him find his mother's stash. And his mother's stash had man and man. And as a kid, he was shocked when he saw it and curious at the same time. And he had his cousin with him. And him and him cousin decided so them go act out what it was they were seeing in the mother's stash. Two boy picnic, You can guess where the rest of that went. I'm just curious as to why his mother did have that type of stash, but his father did have regular stash. Right. I still have those books in my room, says Reggae Girl. What books you have in your room, Reggae Girl? We're going to change gear right now and get into something else, right? So we did a story recently where we talked about a police officer in Jamaica who took the life of his woman, his girlfriend. She was pretty young. She was only 20 years old. And I said that I was told that a Bunn Shigim and him couldn't handle it. And one of our subscribers called in and said, no, SOUFLO, it's the other way around. A him gear Bunn. And she wanted to leave him and him take her life. Well, it turns out it was the other way. Or looked like the other way because his jealousy played a part. So it was more like he was suspicious that she was giving him Bunn. And that is what led to the argument that led to her death. So this week featured development in the news, vicious killing of the Johnny Peter Graham, 21-year-old assistant teacher at Beecham Hill Primary and Infant School by her boyfriend, who is a police constable, who seemingly attempted to take his own life as well in Essex District, St. Mary, on Wednesday night. So after shooting the promising young woman, who was popularly known as Moya, and who was to begin furthering her education in September, the policeman turned the weapon on himself. He survived, however, and he remains admitted to the hospital, now in stable condition under police guard. The shocking turn of events that left the quiet rural community near Flint River in St. Mary reeling from the seemingly simmering domestic dispute that turned deadly on Wednesday night. The constable, who is assigned to the St. Andrew Central Police Division, practically lived with Graham at her house, where her mother, Yuan Douglas Graham, said that she greeted him with pleasantries daily and treated him like he was her own. And he would even leave work in the corporate area and he would come here daily. This incident has sent shockwave throughout the community, with many left wondering what could have driven the constable to such a heinous act. Well, on Thursday it became clearer that some domestic issues had been at play relative to the circumstances that led to the killing, as more information became available. According to reports, the couple's argument began earlier in the day, and it escalated because earlier in the day they were arguing about some guy she was seeing, or some guy in here says she has see, or some guy who say him a see her. And it escalated when they returned home from Kingston. A phone call Graham received reportedly sparked, this is Graham, this is her. It is said that they were riding in the car and her phone rang, and the phone call she received sparked tension between her and her policeman. And the dispute is said to have then turned violent, because by the time them get to the house, they were outside on the veranda of Graham's family home, and it was there that the constable drew his service pistol and shot her to death. He is then believed to have turned the weapon on himself and firing one to his own head, but he survived. Neighbors alerted by the sound of the gunfire, they rushed to the scene, and Walters was transported to the Anatomy Hospital by concerned citizens, where he remains under police guard in serious but stable condition. Police responding to the scene found her body on its back near the veranda steps in a pool of blood. Her mother, Joan Douglas Graham, is still trying to come to terms with the tragic loss of her young daughter. She said, "I can't believe a jealous man. What a jealous man. Him left down a Constant Spring and come kill me picnic on the veranda. Anybody call Moya? Come everybody here. Moya love me, world without end, Jesus Christ. I can't bear it. I can't bear it." She described her daughter as being very respectful, very kind. Anybody call her, come do them here, she go do it. Moya always tell me that the policeman say, him can't come here, mommy, him can't come at the house, because we hide the relationship. And then one day, him just come right here, so, and come introduce himself and everything. God, you couldn't show me God. Same name if you come. Jesus Christ, the mother said. Douglas Graham claimed that the constable had been controlling and abusive of her daughter, according to what her daughter had disclosed, following an incident where he, the officer, threw away her iPhone 11 in a fit of rage, fling away her phone, just a few days before he ended up taking her life. Him fling away my phone, you know. Not Sunday gone, the Sunday before that. Moya complained, said she hide enough things from her family because him controlling and him abusive too, said the mother of the now deceased in a newspaper interview. Douglas Graham also recounted a disturbing incident in which the constable bent Moya's hand backwards and behind her back, prompting her, the mother, to intervene and had to tell him to let go of my daughter, let go of her. So let me ask you something before me go any further with that information here. So him did feel comfortable, man. Him did feel comfortable because all in front of him our mother. He might grab her up and bend her up and the mother fair jump in and I said let go of her hand and he felt super comfortable. He felt very comfortable. Only did afraid of him or something? Despite having a good relationship with the policeman, how could you have a good relationship with the police? You know, in our culture, it looks like abuse goes with love. And it is so normalized for a lot of us. You know, if little abuse not in it, then we not really want it, we not really see it. And if little abuse in it, then we can't look past that man because, you know, too bad. Abuse don't go with love. Abuse does not go with love. If me see a boy ring up my daughter's hand, that would be the last time he would even come to my house. If she didn't want to go see him, she would have to hide and go see him without me knowing that she's still seeing him. Mommy said, me ring up her hand and bend it behind her back. And she had to intervene and tell him to let go of her hand. But she have a good relationship with him. A man that's willing to abuse your daughter in front of you, you can't only imagine. You can't even begin to imagine what him do behind you. Let me say it one more time for you. A man who is willing and can abuse your daughter in front of you, you're not even ready yet for the levels of abuse we're going back at you. I don't know no man like that. The body's a bad man when me know we still have manners for the girl mother. I wouldn't do ring up her hand and twist her up in front of her mother. And her mother have to beg you to stop and let go of her hand. Reggae girl said me. That's what me I ask Reggae girl. Because reading this, it look like them did afraid of him, man. But you know, it's not only that, and not only the afraid of part. In Jamaican culture, we have a thing where certain people get respect. And even when them do wrong, them still keep the same level of respect. Policeman is one of them when it comes to certain people. Like police can do no wrong. And if my daughter there with a policeman, she's well protected and is a man, you know, is a man's man. Is a man of authority and discipline. Listen to him, man. I talk to you and tell you the right thing. Then we even tell them daughter, you know, who the policeman drape up. Listen to him, man. Nobody not have to drape her up, so but me hear what you're saying, you're right. Listen to him, Moya, man. I thought him I tell you is a man, you know, I tell you the right thing. They are so fascinated with the idea of a uniformed officer finding favor in your daughter. So she can say, my daughter there with a legal gunman, him there with a police, she there with a policeman. And any little scrubby off a road, she there with. That could play a part too. That could play a part too. Anyway, despite having a good relationship with the policeman, Douglas Grime, which is the mother, said that some family members of theirs were hesitant about Moya's relationship with the constable. So they had family members that felt a way about that. On social media, at least one of her friends claimed that the policeman was the one who had been constantly beating her. If you are constantly beat the girl, she'll go look for somebody else to talk to. That goes for anybody. You know, just to throw a little quick something out there, because some of the man them will watch me, you might be a woman beater. First of all, I tell my daughter to stab you up in your sleep. So if you beat my daughter and she not tell me, she will kill you in your sleep. If me find out, then me definitely I try to kill you too before police reach you. But on a different level though, these men that beat women, a lot of the times you beat the woman because you're possessive and you feel like say if you beat her, she won't talk to anybody. And the crazy thing about that dynamic is when you beat her like that, she's looking for somebody to talk to. Even more than before. She not gonna say, oh, him will beat me, so me not talk to nobody. She'll say, oh, him will rescue me, so me not have to deal with you no more. For the abusive man them out there, me just try to tell you how it actually work. Right, so you're like really wanting to keep her to yourself, but pushing her into another man's arm in the same goal. Right? Now, in reflecting on what may have happened on Wednesday night, the grieving mother pointed to jealousy, confirming an incident before when her daughter received a phone call from someone, which she said triggered the policeman to damage the phone. It was a man called on the phone. I don't know if him did a pay my phone bill or whatever, and the man probably Bex and I say, yo, I pay your phone bill and you have man call your phone and me buy you the phone and you have man call your phone. You don't know that go already. She might have bought her own phone. She might have been paying her own phone bill. They were arguing about that phone call. The mother also revealed that her daughter had been adamant that her phone should be returned. And she had told the constable that he would have to buy her a new one. The mother said that on the night of the incident, she did not know that it was her daughter who had been shot because she never thought that the policeman was that type of person, like him could have done something like that. Meanwhile, Reverend Anthony Armstrong, assistant chaplain for the Era 2 police network, lamented the tragedy and promised support to the affected families and said, "This is a really tragic moment for this quiet community. We are here to offer our support to the family and, in fact, the families that are grieving." Moya's death has also sent a ripple effect throughout the school community, where she was known for her bright spirit and her dedication to the children. The students held a graduation ceremony on Thursday, and grief counselors from the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information were on hand to provide support to the students and to staff. Social media users have also been commenting on the latest deadly case of domestic violence to rock the country. So you think that the gun that you were given to carry out your duties is to gun down your lover. You barely pull it on yourself in order to live. Let's see what your punishment will be. Some people are of the assumption that the way how him pull the gun upon himself is like him shoot near him head, to graze him head. But he still had preservation of his life in his mind. So he never intentionally point blank blam himself like how him do Moya. A next person said, "Boy, I don't care how hot the bun is, bro. A man must be in control of his emotions. The lack of control and emotional outbursts by these untrained and untaught boys is also the reason that crime is so high in Jamaica overall." This is another man. Another one said, "You grow to become a man. Life is experience and knowledge, bro. Relationship is a serious thing, but most people take it for a game." One woman said, "Boy, this seemed like the policeman used the face a judge or your make a warning in the wrong way." So the Prime Minister recently said that all the gunmen them in Jamaica, you're going to either face a judge or you're going to face your maker. And if you deal with the police in gun confrontation, then they were given the go-ahead by Minister of National Security, shoot to kill, send them home to their maker. So that's why this person said, "Boy, it looked like the police used the face a judge or face your maker thing and take it to a next level." I hope he faces a judge though for his reckless actions. Don't give Bunn if you can't take Bunn, sir. Or abuse someone for something that you never give them. In joining the conversation, a man said that Moya's murder was absolutely heartbreaking, and he added that no mother should bury their child, especially like this, under these conditions. So when will the system take domestic violence seriously? No matter who the abuser is, badge or no badge, justice must be served. One man said the man them remember, say the pum pum is not theirs. And you must remember, say it's not yours. It's just your time. And when the woman decides to move on with it, you have to leave her alone with it. I fear. Similarly, a woman said, "No private part of a woman belongs to a man, you know. I'm not so sure about the cause of this case, yeah. I'm not judging. But men, when a member say, you don't own no woman privates about here. So stop kill the woman them over it." A male on Facebook said, "I'm not condoning what happened. But you see, when the woman killed the man the other day and injured her son, most of you wasn't hitting out against her. So I now keep the same energy." That's another story that we didn't cover, but I can put it in right here. There's a recent story happened in Jamaica where a woman found out that her husband was having an affair on the outside, a Bunn, and she acid him and acid his child. that child that she acid is not her child with him. She have two other children with him, I believe. A two or three, I think a two other children with him. And her two, they're safe. But she throw acid on him and on the child. It's not right. A woman try to kill me already. So I know the feeling. Ladies and gentlemen, if the relationship is not working out, simply walk away. A woman said the seeing murder attempted suicide should propel parents to engage their sons and daughters about relationships. I do not know what happened in this situation, but 20 or 21-year-old, that's too young to get killed like this. Mothers and fathers today is a good day to talk to your children, your sons, about these things. So we can break this cycle of weak men who cannot see beyond a relationship to know that there will be other relationships and better women down the road. A true talking up. Perfect timing to segue right into having this kind of conversation with your children. You know, if you grew up in a Jamaican household or a Caribbean household, then you know our culture. You know that your mother and father now say nothing too much to you about sex except or about relationship except for the what not to do things, and then that's about it. So them not really deal with you and talk to you. Big man love date young girl and expect grown behavior. Shaking my head. Says Sheldon, well done. Well, you know Sheldon, I think him did young too, you know. In this case here, I believe he is pretty much close to her age. Yeah, I'm pretty close to her age. Then basically I say mother and father talk to your children them, right? That number keep on call. If you call me, if you call me for one, not a scam likely. Who know how to accept their decisions. Start trying to raise children who know how to accept their decisions, and also that they will be faithful in their relationships. Decent picnic. And that's true. Some people actually raise them picnic for cheat. You know, like the family members who make fun every time that guy bring one different. You have mothers and fathers who make fun and laugh. And yeah, my son wild, you know. Every time your son bring one different girl come at the house, or you know, every time your daughter bring one different man come at the house, and you say, boy, Keisha, how much boyfriend you have? You know, what if a man should bring come at the house and them something that you facilitate these things, and then your child feel comfortable until it get tragic. You know what I mean? I think I told y'all before that I can't do that. Couldn't do it with my grandparents. Can't do it at my mom's house now. Me can't do it. So me have family where my family reflects different. Who you're there with and who you're going there with. And them no want to see nobody else. So you can't bring nobody else come around. And that's just how my family set up. But I know a lot of others whose family is not like that. They could pretty much bring who them want, bring, even stay there the night. Me a jam around here so in the back room. And then we push out a man in here, mommy, and these things. And you know, you have to think about how you're facilitating, but also encouraging a damaging kind of behavior, and you're not helping to break the cycle. You're actually helping to continue a cycle, right? Nan says, my parents didn't tolerate that at all. King Biggs, big up yourself, you're there. King Biggs says, real talk, so flow with all these stories. I would not want my child to date no police boy. But I'm a police boy alone. I'm a police boy alone, you know. And I hate to say it, I know it's not blaming the victim. Action brings reaction, right? Yeah, we Jellyback could have dealt with it different, but he didn't. And look who's not here, her. She contributed also. You can't play with people's feelings because you don't know. Listen, me see the strongest person you know who can uphold under any kind of pressure, break under this kind of pressure when them find out say the closest person to you is being unfaithful to you. like you sleep with one next man, like the way how we get intimate, like me, if you have, you know what I say? You have me a play up in somebody else, something where them plaka and go about them business kind of thing, the disrespect. There's many different reasons why people blow their mind, lose their shite under these conditions. So as much as we want to say, yes, weak, jellyback boy, and you must remember, say, the woman crutches are not for you. And when she leave, you must make she leave with her things and you never give her nothing to put on, blah, blah, blah. It's just your turn. That's cool. It should be equally cool to tell, tell your youth to be faithful in a relationship, but it's equally cool to say something to the other side too. Like, you know, just like how we tell a girl picking them or anybody, don't take nothing from a man if you don't want nothing with that man. Because men very rarely give stuff to women just to give stuff to women. I don't want nothing back in return. You're wisening up your daughter. Well, while you're doing that, nothing wrong with tell her the other part. Yeah? If you're there with a man and you commit yourself to him and he's investing in you, not just financially, even if he not invest financially, if y'all are locked in emotionally, spiritually, that kind of way there, just know, say, try keep it faithful here, because some people lose their minds and then others lose their lives when they lose their minds because they find out that their partner is being frivolous with other people. They are trying to encourage your daughter to be a kind of girl who don't cheat, while telling your son to be the kind of guy who, if him find out, say, him woman a game, but him can walk away without taking that woman's life. It goes both ways. Mother and father, talk to your children so that they will choose independent and strong partners who know how to accept their decisions, and also so that they will be faithful in their relationships. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Yes, SOUFLO, it's me.
Yes, family.
You talk about them asking the church to get involved.
Mm-hmm.
When we look on the whole situation with the church,
we passed that one a long time, you know, but
no, you say relationship and how to deal with each other with relationship.
Yeah, we passed that a long time, because we that talk about with the mention of the church was actually about the addiction to porn and where the church stands in re-educating.
Yeah, but now you're talking about the policeman way.
Right. Okay, so you're on target, on task.
Yes.
Okay.
So all of it is tying in together to me.
Okay, because them never say nothing about no church in this one. That's why you throw me off.
No, but you say the parents need to teach certain things to them kids.
Yes. Or talk to them about
relationships.
Yes.
So me I say, when it comes to the church from when we did little, I teach with abstinence. And that's all them teach with abstinence till marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get married, them teach you how to be with your husband and wife according to what it say in the Bible. But we're living in modern times. We need conflict resolution. If the church is going to get involved, they need to start teaching things that apply to the people of this time and relationships of this time. True. Not according to what it was back in those days in the Bible.
True. That's what Dr. Gal said. Dr. Gal said, the conflict resolution part as well was mentioned. But I agree with you. That's true. But look on church now, though. Church still stuck in a biblical days and times, and this is how you should live your life kind of thing. It's not fitting to today's people That's why most of them don't even pay attention to the message or what's being said over there. So, you know,
Well,
they can't
now go
relate,
back in
so
that
they
chat. I
can't
just
save
got
nobody.
needed that thing, bro.
All right, my friend.
Later.
Yeah. That's why them not reach who them are try to reach. You know, the church is also hypocritical because they are living the same lifestyle. And it's a do as I say, not as I do kind of thing. Not true, Nance? Live on the air with SOUFLOTV. Good morning.
Morning, Mr.
Morning, brother. What
How can a father who believes that man if you have enough girl teach his son to cheat?
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh.
How can a mother?
Bang again.
All right. Yeah, you just keep it short and to the point. Listen to that. How can a father who believes man fi have enough gal and gal in a bungle, gal from Rima, gal from jungle, and give me the gal them with the wickedest slam. Big up to Beanie Man. How can a father who believes a man fi have enough gal teach him son them say the gallus thing not gonna work and him shouldn't be a cheater? But you can flip the script and say, how can a mother who is frivolous and promiscuous and very giving with her front, how can she expect to raise a daughter who won't be the same? You know? Lead by example. Lead by example. You have to lead by example. And that's the problem with the church. Because back to when Nanza said just now, the church now lead by example and you can't tell the young people them nothing because them not idiot, them are not fool and them not blind. Back in a few days when we are grow up and we ask a question, you hear them tell about how dare you question the Lord? How dare you question the word of the Lord? No? Them don't want to hear that. What do you mean how dare me question the Lord? Me not question the Lord, me I question you. So y'all tell me something will make sense or not. It's a different time. You understand? Yeah. On that note, there's another incident that took place. This one, me is a girl, me not fight over man. From me little bit of just some time. You know, some dancehall song out there men should never sing. That's one of them, right? Because you can't be a man and stand up in the dance and talk about me is a man, me is a girl, me not fight over man, right? Right. Live on the air with SOUFLOTV. Good morning.
Morning, SOUFLOTV.
Morning, family. Talk to you now.
Yeah, well, no. You know that situation now. I am not controlling.
Take your phone off my speaker, because we echo gone all the way up in your ceiling sound high.
Hold on, because the tribulation of this. All right. I am controlling what the gentleman has done, but the church cannot help. Because if the church don't speak about relationship and don't speak up about sexuality in the church, how is the church going to help you?
If the church cannot speak about, you said.
No, the church.
You said the church can't help. The church can't help.
The church cannot help because they don't speak about relationship. They don't teach about relationship in the church. No, they don't speak about relationship.
And you know what? That's a catch-22, you know. All right, your phone. That's a catch. That's a catch.
So yeah, you cannot speak what respect to the sexual no time like you. So it's hard for them to do the
Now, I'm going to put this in perspective for you and everybody else. Your phone don't sound too good, so I'm going to make you talk and then hang up and I can finish.
Yeah, because all right, I'm going to call you right back.
All right. Listen, what y'all are asking the church to do Now, this is not me. This is me about to, I wouldn't say play devil's advocate, but I'm about to jump on both sides of the fence here. The church can't do what you ask the church to do, and here's the reason why. We as worldlians, let me go back in my church days now. We as worldlians are asking the church to talk to it in a worldly manner. Like the brother just said before, or like Marie's message said earlier, all the church tell you about is abstinence until marriage. Well, the 10 commandments, one of them say, thou shalt not. You mustn't give away your front before you're married. And you must only give away your front to who you're married to. Not true. That's what I said. Yes, fornication and adultery and these things. So, if you are not married to the individual where you are going to church now, go expect the church to give you some guidance with, you already out of place. You are living outside of the commandments. You are living in adultery. You are having an adulterous life. The church can't encourage your adulterous life. The two don't go hand in hand. You know what I mean? If you're having marital problems now, the church can talk about where you have to go through or where you have to do in that situation and X, Y, Z. But yeah, if you're living dangerously, the church can't help you with that, my friend. And it's not because it is just by the design of the church. It's just by the design of the church. But just think about that, People shy away from church because the judgment. Church people forget that they are also sinners. You know what, Nance? I know that. People shy away from the church because of the discipline that is required to walk that walk. And we would have preferred nobody don't judge us. We would have preferred to make mistakes frivolously, even though we make the same mistake every day, if there's something good, till we feel tired of it. One day in one place where you are held accountable constantly. That is what it is. And because judgment come with it. Judgment come with it. It's just like you're raising your child and your child reach teenage years and you see a child start do a whole heap of friggery and foolishness. You as a parent have to go become judgmental. So the church now that is there set to be, remember, people want to change the church in one place where everybody must gather here and we just sing song, quote Bible scriptures and go home and we yard. When the true purpose is not just to just go gather up and sing song and quote scriptures. Somebody there will hold you accountable and say, you're not moving in the right. Live on the air with SOUFLO. Good morning.
Morning, SOUFLO.
Morning, family. How you doing?
I'm blessed. Yourself?
Yes, brother. Blessed indeed. Talk to me.
Hey, one other thing, what I want you to do before you come off the live tour, put up your email address. You see, just like how you pull out your PO box, because made a promise you have a change. I'm gonna say, if anybody, can, even doing that thing, and you say you don't do PayPal and much anymore.
No.
Right? So put up your email so if anything we can do an e-transfer.
All right, bro.
Like an electronic transfer. Or if anything we would do like what the lady do and send it to your PO box.
All right.
But on the topic on the religion thing where the word that you were looking for is hermeneutics. It's called hermeneutics. It's called,
no, me never look for that word. Me
never
look for that word because me never hear. Me don't know that word. So me could not look for something when me don't know.
Yeah.
But
okay. It's a generation gap. When you're in ministry and they're trying to teach you that when you're trying to reach, because you have elder ministry and then you have youth ministry. And when you're trying to reach a younger generation, you have to realize that there's a gap between the youth stages and the change. Right? Remember back in our days, back in the days of my grandparents' days and stuff, many of our elders, they couldn't read and write properly. So, mommy say like, yeah. So most of the past said them couldn't tell them anything. But the youth them nowadays, they're very intelligent and they're intellectual.
Okay.
Just like you said when it comes to the device and so them you can block your kids off social media, and then go and create one different page where you can't find them.
Yeah, me know. me know that. me know that. Yeah, after my kids them laugh after me, I said, me not passing up. I know that.
Yeah, man, them children they're very sharp. And the funny thing about it though, there's nothing new under the sun, bro. We used to try to pull a wool over our parents' eyes too.
Yeah, forget to you look at things and where I get to it.
Yeah.
You didn't want to be seen or found out or whatever. But the thing is, though, bro, it look like the consequences today is more severe than before. Cause it just looks
definitely because the reason why though, the law is changing. Back in the days, they would have even called with parents and we get a warning. We never used to get charged.
No, you pick the gun in the system.
Hey, so
and it's a downhill spiral.
The things that we used to do all in our school. Shano, a rape would not get charged for
Bro. Yeah, I tie glass by your shoes front up, put your foot between your legs. I see them punch.
Stand up underneath the stairs just to look.
Hey, molester boy. Yo.
Listen, man.
So you see how that's interwoven into our culture though? If a child does that, if your child do that today, a big problems you pick me line. If my son goes to school right now in the United States of America and do that and get caught doing that, dog name him suffer because for sure he's probably getting kicked out of that school and he's definitely getting criminal charges pressed against him. Them have police post up at the school, them know.
There's another thing that they do, they expel you. When they expel you, you can't go to no school.
Yeah, or back then, this is mutual. Back then, you used to slap a girl on her body, and she'll be like, "Boy, stop!" But that is that, right? It wasn't all the charges that come with today, kind of thing. Even the teachers would see it and be like, "Keep your hands to yourself." Okay, let's go on with the lesson. Didn't I tell you to keep your hands to yourself? Listen, get up and move over here, kind of stuff, and it done this up. No, Ross, and the teacher said that the teacher bearing witness upon the police paperwork, your arrest affidavit.
Yeah, I remember back in high school when my virgin they were standing up guarding the janitor closet, and the principal was passing. And he look at all of my virgin them and he say, "Yo, what on the ringleader there?" And the man them say, and then I watch and them I say, "But no, them him say move over from the closet." I move over from the closet. I mean, I closet to a girl.
I saw.
Hey, one other thing before I come off of the phone. The other day when me that call it, what I wanted to comment on. You see Isaac, I'm gonna tell you something about Isaac when me I see in our future. You see anywhere in land the position there in Portland?
Oh, Isaac Buchanan.
Yeah. You know said that you were there. I go run for prime minister, and I think that's what them afraid of.
Oh, yeah. Talk about it now.
You don't see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
I will believe it, that's all.
All right, bro.
That's why them are going to block him because they tell us anyone go for that, him are winning. He has him can do it.
I see it. He's talking about Isaac Buchanan, y'all. And he's saying that Isaac is running for the MP seat in Portland right now. But the fight are going to be intense because anyhow, that is a step in the direction of.
So, yes.
Right.
To become prime minister.
Right. What?
All right,
my bro. Manners.
I'll say another word.
Manners.
Hey, remember, put up your email so we can send you
Yeah, I did. I put it up already. It's in the chat. I'll put it
All
up
right,
again before me left.
All right, respect.
Manners.
Yeah.
That would be dope to see Isaac Buchanan go from MP to prominent attorney to MP to Prime Minister. Jamaica ready for a Prime Minister, a black man with dreadlocks will hold the kind of mentality or views that Isaac Buchanan does. My Portland is straight PMP area, don't forget. Yeah. It would be dope. Not true, Nance? It would be dope. It would be dope. As far as I heard about Portland, though, it's under lockdown by a husband and wife team, and that's on the green side. So I don't know where the something there come from. PNP thing I come from. Anyway, may I run through a quick story, and then after this story, we're gonna get into the Diddy trial and what's taking place there. Okay, this one won't be long. Just listen and go along. Love triangle turns deadly. A woman's throat gets slashed in a jealous rage. This is a story that happened. Well, it happened yesterday in Jamaica. So the detectives that are assigned to the Kingston Eastern Police Division have detectives assigned to the Kingston Eastern Police Division have arrested a vendor for murdering in a stabbing death of a Portland woman last Saturday on Jarrett Lane in East Kingston. Just so y'all know, it's two women. Okay? 55-year-old Sharon Young, otherwise called Rochi, of a Beach Road, 9 miles, Bull Bay, St. Andrew address, had been charged with killing Nicey Green Edwards, 56 years old, of a Long Bay, Portland address, and allegations are that Green, Edwards, and Young, who are both involved in a romantic relationship with the same man, had an argument, and during the argument, Young pulls out a knife and stabs Green in the neck. Green Edwards was transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital where she was pronounced dead. Young was apprehended shortly after by the police and was charged following a question and answer session with the detectives. Residents of the Jarrett Lane said that Young just walked past we Saturday morning there, and we had no idea that that kind of mayhem was about to happen. One resident said that the man in the middle of this love triangle here had recently moved to the area where he resides with Green Edwards, the one who died. The one who died is the one he lives with. And him can get a next woman in the same area. They said none of the woman them don't come from around here. And the man himself, him is not even the original Jarrett Lane man. A move come here too. So they gave an account of what happened and about the argument that turned deadly. After she stabbed up the woman, she cut her throat too, after that. And then she tried to take away herself. So the people them run her down and then beat her and then tie her up and them hold her until the police come. Me go see her lay down in the gutter, beat up, bad. It is also alleged that the suspect got irate after calling her spouse's phone and heard another female at the other end of the line. So based on what we are here say, is that the woman who did the killing was the man, first woman. But him live with this woman you know where she just killed. So she go in the house on the woman because she knows that the man wasn't there, and she dragged the woman out of the house and she beat her up and cut her throat after she stabbed her in her neck. It's not like she lived with the man, It's the next woman the man live with now, the one will get killed. She said she did that with the man first. But if the man did want her, he wouldn't leave her and go live with someone else. From a man left you and gone, Him no want you, lady. She a war over man like she a young girl. She a 50-something years old, you know. A young girl settings that. And young people not even a fight over man again. Is what one woman who is a neighbor added. So our man left her and go live with the next woman. And she knows that the man wasn't there that day, so she got into the house that the man shares with the woman, which are the woman's house, draw her out of the house, beat her up, stab her in her neck, and then cut her throat. You see that? I had to do that one to balance the dynamics. Because over here we had a police constable who is a male that killed a female. Over here we have a jealous female that couldn't get over the fact that she got left by a man. So she ended up brawling broad daylight, kill the woman that the man moved on with. So it goes back to what was said before. Good time to talk to your children when they're younger about. If them big now, you can still pull them in and talk to them. Because some of y'all probably have grown kids out there who are flexing in this mode right here. Like if them little heart get broken, them will probably off their spouse or off their significant other. I never see myself as that. For one, I'm afraid of prison. So I'm not going to just kill nobody just so. For two, I would think that that was God's way of showing me something better out there for you. You know? When somebody cheats on you, they're actually showing you who they are, right? So why you want them still? Why would you want them still? They're showing you who they are, like they're demonstrating who they are. And I like them hide them phone and you can't find out. That's the ultimate demonstration of who I am to you. I have such little respect for you, and I have such little respect for this relationship between me and you. That camera front go get somebody else. What more you want? What more you want? Say thank you, God. I was shown in a way that I can't deny that that's what it is. I'm moving on now. That's it. That's it. Reggae girl said that the cocky must be sweetie. Wait there. I want in the conquer the sea post. I must Irish master honey in that there. Hey. I don't know. But look at the joke now. Because she killed the girl. That I don't know joke. She dead. She gone. You going straight to prison. That the man that just go find one, because I'm sure he's not going to become a eunuch and move out into the hills and go live in a hole like a hermit. He's probably going to be moving right along freely to another woman. And you're going to be in prison. Probably pick up a life sentence because remember, I just told y'all, was it a week ago? The new amendment to the max time for murder in Jamaica, mandatory minimum of 50 years. So you both are going to do a mandatory minimum of 50 years at 50-something years old. You know, sister, you're done. You're done and done. At the bend when man... Yo, King Big said the Ben Madar. She gone to prison. Jamaica just changed, and for the rest of you out here who have foolishness going on in your life, Jamaica it's becoming the place where with the laws that we've been praying for because you know we always say Jamaica don't really have no law, we have no teeth. Boy, kill man just so 15 years. 10 years in him come out. Kill again. 50 years mandatory minimum. A mandatory minimum, I'm gonna make you know for those who don't know, a judge can't do nothing about it. It's just that on the books. That's where the judge have to give you that. Mandatory minimum 50. So go on. You know what, Crystal G? We're not gonna argue about that neither. Them to keep them in there 100 years sentence. That's one of the biggest issues in Jamaica because they actually argue on the backside of that most like them they don't have enough resources to sustain prisoners for true life sentences. So you're 19 years old, you commit a murder, you get sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Everybody jump and rejoice and say, yeah, lock him up in that rotted forever, even if him live to be 100 from 19. That prisoner still must be sustained. All them years that till him reach 100. Now when him start get older and him start get sick and all these things, Jamaica would have to have a prison infirmary. They would have to have qualified doctors and nurses, a staff, right? Medically qualified staff. Them can't just put anybody in there. Jamaica say, you know what? Me not try hold you for too long because we know why you get old. That is why they actually let people out on compassionate release in Jamaica. So once your health start to fade so much, they're sending you home. Not in the US. In the US, you're going to prison, regardless of whatever happened to you. That's why Messi Masado were thief were Mavado money. That's why she was able to avoid going in, you know, and kill me dead to this day. And that them do. She drink a whole heap of Senapad and something else, take a couple laxative and time it right, and went in the courtroom, and her attorney said to the judge, Your Honor, my client is very ill, and you know she can't even control her bowel and bladder, and she needs constant medical attention, and I don't think you're gonna have that inside of this facility. So she's to have somebody on standby for her medically, you know. And as him said that, so she just let it go. Shut up herself in our courtroom. That's why I call her Messi Masado. And the judge was like, oh my God. Okay, house arrest. Oh, get her out of here. Oh, can't take care of her. It works. Hard labor and send them go. Them Crystal G said them should I give them hard labor and send them go create road. Them can make them feed themselves. Use some of the land and farm up the place and make them eat what they farm. You know, we would have some very healthy prisoners coming out of prison in Jamaica, because them India eat organic food. Them no rum and boom and party out. You know, them India get rest. Them a work, constructive, productive work. Them a run a farm. So Flo, this is bringing back memories when years ago my male friend killed his ex-girlfriend, man. Same place in Montreal, Portland. Him did cut his throat too and cut out the girl belly. And he got 2 life sentences. Rotted. I don't know how people do them something there. Listen, man, the message in the bottle is go. Okay? Leave. That's it. Leave. Leave. Somebody give you a bun, left. You can't handle it, left. A lot of people be trying to show ownership of people. Me know it hurt. Them tell you say you are my one and only babe and I will love you for the rest of my life and nobody else will ever be able to do the and yeah and you believe all that. I get it. And you don't invest your little money and everything. You buy gifts and you pay bills and you leave. All that stuff you can get back. Leave. Let me find out something I get one, it done right away. Me I left right away. Like that relationship they have to done. Because then me I go stay around and get violent. But I'm willing to admit that I will stay around and get violent. Because you can't violate me and stay in my space. You can't violate me and play in my face and then lay down in my bed with me and all them something there. So me would have left and give you time to left too before, because I already know what the outcome is gonna be. But some people lie to themselves, you know. Me can handle this and now see if we can talk it out, and before you know it, them pull gun and use it, or them pull knife and use it, and then they're like, oh my God, I don't know what I did. You know what you did, dog, do man. You're just never honest with yourself. Yeah, you're never honest with yourself. Me honest with myself. Gone to prison. For body or pum pum. I left whole heap of it out here that you could be enjoying freely if that's what you are into. Right? Yeah. Anyhow, moving right along, our last one for the morning is what's going on in the Diddy trial. I think by the end of today, we're going to have a verdict in the Diddy trial. What says you? Do you think by the end of today we're going to have a verdict in the Diddy trial? If not by the end of today, I think by early tomorrow we're going to have a verdict in the Diddy trial. So, the jury deliberating whether Sean Diddy Combs is guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking. They actually sent a note to the judge seeking clarity on the racketeering charge. The jury's second question, because they sent two notes, the second question after it told the judge that one of the jurors may not be able to follow your instructions. I was listening to Lisa this morning, and I learned that the jurors were given 67 pages of instructions. May I say, wow, they might not come to no decision until about Friday then. 67 pages of instructions. 67 pages of instructions. So one of the jurors said, I can't follow your instructions, Judge. It's confusing. It's a lot to take in. I'm not following. I must tell you that yesterday when court ended, after that was said, the reports that came out of that courtroom was that Diddy's team of attorneys were huddled in a circle, looking some look frightened, nervous, or even saddened. They said that the prosecutors, they looked like, yes, like they scored a victory. So we don't know what's brewing on the flip side of things here. However, this morning, it was revealed that the juror actually said, I can't. It's a male juror. And he said, I can't follow your instructions. 67 pages of instructions is a lot to follow, which now goes into people's cognitive abilities or their intelligence levels. And kind of everybody have constructive reasoning skills, you know, or not everybody can go through 67 pages of written material and come out with, you know, the right decision. I'm thinking 67 pages of instructions could possibly burden these jurors to the point where they're like, listen, I ain't reading all this shit, man. I'm trying to go home. That motherfucker guilty. I'm writing guilty, right? And them go guilty, but they're not saying it to each other because somebody will go tell that they said that. So it's like, I'm burnt out. Come on. It's been 8-9 weeks of this trial. Let's get to it, man, so we could go home kind of thing. It could end up being that. Only one juror complained, which kind of tell me so the other 11 jurors are probably leaning to the same thing already, and is one person that's holding out. Then I also learned from Lisa Evers this morning that she had an expert on her show, and he said he did his research through the law libraries this morning before he came on the live with Lisa, and the judge has tremendous power in this case because this case is not a state case, it's a federal case. And in this case, The judge has tremendous power. The judge actually has the power to dismiss that one juror again. And use 11 jurors to decide the outcome of this case. Yeah. That part, I was like, he's probably up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. On the other channel, on my other channel, Brainflow TV, I actually did a video over there on what I think is going to happen. So basically I said, I think he's going to be found guilty and not guilty at the same time. And I think he's going to be found guilty on the lesser charges and not guilty on the more severe charges, which then it could also lead to, at sentencing, something like 20 years of probation. I don't know if you watched the Brian Steele was the attorney in the Young Thug trial, right? Young Thug ended up walking away with time served and about 15 years of probation and other kinds of stipulation. Him can't go here, him can't go there, him can't do this, that. He had to move out of Atlanta, even though Atlanta is his roots, right? Could be a mistrial, Sheldon Weldon. Could be a mistrial, but that's what I was predicting. I was predicting because I'm thinking they don't want to let him go. You know, when the state goes to court, especially with a big name like this, they're swinging for the fences, trying to get any kind of conviction they can get. They will take just the least of anything instead of walking away with absolutely nothing. Because if they walk away with absolutely nothing, their whole image is tarnished. People are going to start saying, oh, so the feds are not as thorough as they say they are. And this was definitely a witch hunt, and they went after him and they missed. So they want to come away with something too. It's like, give everybody something to be satisfied with, kind of thing. So I don't think he'll be walking away scot-free, but I don't know what end details will be. I'm hearing guilty and not guilty ringing in my head. If it was up to me, he would be walking away, but it ain't up to me. Judge Mathis been following this. Judge Mathis said, I would give him time, about 5 to 10 years. If this was a state case, but it's not. At the level where this case is, it should have never gone to that level because the case is a domestic issue case. That's what Judge Mathis said, watching this whole case. And this is a learned judge, right? Me Too SoFlo, walk away free, come over here, yeah, Diddy. Diddy should be able to walk away, but I don't know. So with what's going on behind the scenes right now, when they said that the juror said he's not following the instructions because it's 67 pages long and him just can't get into the jargon and the explanation that's written in all 67 pages, I thought, okay, mistrial. Like Sheldon Weldon just said, I thought, okay, mistrial is coming up. Because he's going to be like, I can't say he's guilty because I don't understand the damn charges or what he's guilty of. So I'm going to vote not guilty. Well, that one not guilty would leave things hanging in the balance. Until this morning, when the law expert said, well, in this case, the judge actually has the power to dismiss that juror and continue with 11 and have this case decided by the 11. So I'm hoping that that juror knows this and don't say nothing again. You don't understand, you just don't understand. If I don't understand, that means, you know what? If I was on that jury, right? If I don't understand your 67 pages of explanation and guidance, that simply means you did not do a good enough job educating me on what it is I'm supposed to vote for or about or whatever. So guess what me I do? This are too confusing. The man not guilty. Not guilty. And I'm not guilty. Hopefully he is calm today. Hopefully him just chill, ride it out, and at the end, I hope he does an interview after where he says that was a whole bunch of confusion just to frustrate us probably into saying guilty, because they didn't have any clear way of explaining how the hell they put this together. They didn't have no clear way of explaining. That's why I come up to 67 pages of instructions. What if that man reads at a 7th grade level? What if his understanding level is at a 9th grader's level? A 7th grader's level? What if he has poor reading comprehension skills? Not just him, but others who are on this jury. I've never heard of 67 pages of instructions. That's like an essay. And you have to go do the review to the essay. Or that's like a book report. And you have to read this Ross book and then give a report. 67 pages, then give a report. Y'all remember school? And remember saying a lot of people weren't good at doing tasks like those. Read a book and then do a book report. And I never see paper them with a whole heap of red mark in them. We used to call them wrong bang. Whole heap of wrong bang, red mark. Nothing like this happened in the book. Don't know where you got this from. I could tell you only read the front and the back of the book. You must have, because this makes no sense right here. This right. That's probably what's going on back there. The jury asked Judge Arun Subramanian late Monday afternoon, the first day of deliberation, for clarity on whether it is considering drug distribution if a person who is asked, because people want to know what was asked, right? Okay. Monday late afternoon, before they got out of there, today is Tuesday, the first day of deliberation, they asked the judge for clarity on whether it is considering drug distribution if a person who is asked for controlled substance provides them to that person. Are you considering it as drug distribution if Cassie asked for the drugs and the other people asked for the drugs and he delivered it to them or gave it to them or gave them some of his supply? So drug distribution is one of the alleged acts that jurors are being asked to consider when deciding whether Diddy is guilty of the racketeering charge, alongside bribery, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, sex trafficking, according to the jury's verdict sheet. The Judge Subramanian, said this morning, Tuesday morning, that he would refer the jury to language in its instructions about drug distribution. I know what that means. The word distribution, he said, means actual, constructive, or attempted transfer. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person, or to cause it to be delivered, to cause it to be passed on, or to cause it to be handed over to another person. Distribution does not require a sale. The jury will return to the jury are now in deliberation on Tuesday, which is today. Why did the jury raise concerns over the juror number 25? And it says, quickly after deliberation began on Monday, the jury gave Subramanian a note. The note said, we have a juror number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your Honor's instructions. Subramanian returned a note to the jury reminding every juror, be reminded of your duties to deliberate and your obligations to follow my instructions on the law, urging them to continue deliberating. Mark Zoderer, a veteran trial and appeal lawyer, told Forbes jury questions are not uncommon. Jurors ask questions all the time during deliberations, nothing big, and that the problem may blow over if the jury moves on and does not request any more interventions from the judge. May blow over. When could the jury return a verdict? And will Diddy be convicted? Well, it's unclear, as the jury will deliberate as long as it needs to deliberate to reach a verdict. The judge, Subramanian, has previously said that he wanted to wrap up this trial, which began May. He wanted to wrap it up by July 4th, weekend. Legal analysts previously said that the prosecution presented a strong case against Diddy, but it is impossible to know what a jury will decide. Zoderer said that he believes that Diddy is more likely to be convicted than he is to be acquitted, but he noted that such a verdict may depend on whether the jury believes the prosecutors significantly and sufficiently proved that Diddy ran a criminal enterprise, which could satisfy the racketeering charge. Former federal prosecutor Mark Chutkow also said that the prosecution made a very compelling case, noting that the prosecution's emphasis on surveillance videos depicting Diddy attacking his girlfriend Cassie and a key witness in the case, Cassie Ventura. Chutkow also said, however, that a jury may feel like the video depicts domestic violence, which he is not charged with, instead of sex trafficking or even instead of racketeering. Chutkow also said that it is possible that this trial could end with a hung jury, meaning not all the jurors agree on a verdict. They're seeing things differently. What is Diddy actually charged with? Because remember I said things did change up and they streamlined some things into some other things. Well, he still faces 5 federal charges, 2 counts of sex trafficking, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, and 1 count of racketeering conspiracy. He, of course, has pled not guilty to all the charges, and throughout the trial, the government has called high-profile victims to testify, including Cassie Ventura, considered a key witness for both racketeering and the sex trafficking charges. She testified that Diddy coerced her into freak-offs, sex performances throughout their decade-long relationship, which she said his employees assisted in producing, which some legal experts said could be evidence of Diddy operating a criminal enterprise because his employees helped. Rapper Kid Cudi, that is so weak. Rapper Kid Cudi also testified Diddy broke into his home and said that he believed that Diddy was involved with setting his car on fire after he discovered that Kid Cudi and Cassie Ventura were actually dating behind his back. Other alleged sex trafficking victims central to the prosecution's case testified under the pseudonym of Jane, which we know to be 50 Cent's baby mother, and Mia, which we know to be one of Diddy's ex-employees. Mia is the same one who met with him trying to get her job back right before he got arrested. Like, I believe it was a couple of days before he got arrested. She's the one who wrote him the note that said, the text that said, I think we're wasting good chemistry. She actually liked him and wanted Diddy for herself, even though she was friends with Cassie. And then she said Cassie is a backstabber because Cassie realized that she was about Diddy's business. Like, if I'm around, his business comes first. I just feel like it's my job to always protect his best interest. Cassie didn't always have his best interest at heart, so she made sure she got rid of me so that she can carry on the way she wanted to carry on. I thought she was a friend. Turned out she was a backstabber and actually the person who got me kicked out of his company, right? So all this comes down to what the decision is going to be by this jury. Me bumba, me guilty. The way me like share out ganja. You know, King Biggs, that's what me I say. That's what I'm saying. And the part about trafficking, like the people them know what they were going for, transported themselves. So if a girl call me and say, yo, Moya, come get some. I say, which part of there? She said, me there at Texas. I map the journey and jump on a plane from Florida and end up at Texas. Bam. And then when me done put in a good work, she pay me a little money and said, this is for all your troubles and time, babe. Because I got it like that, so I make sure you're all right too financially. So me just get traffic. Me just get traffic. Like, Nan says being a freako is not a Rico. I tell you one person who ain't laughing right now. Diddy's two daughters were crying. His daughters were crying yesterday, okay? Them not laugh right now. You can literally fly out a girl right now and say, yo, I'm gonna have you come stay with me in Miami at this hotel. Boom, bam, we're gonna have a wild weekend. What you into? And she like, I'm down for, I'm into whatever you into. Remember, Cassie said, they showed it in court. I'm always ready for a freak off. She also initiated, like she would text Diddy when him never text her. I mean, at the middle of doing his business day, and boom, her text pop up saying, I'm so horny right now, and I can't stop thinking about a freak off. And still the man get charged with trafficking, and Cassie is a part of it. Freako versus Rico. Mad, no? Mad. Charlotte Finney is a real friend. He has been in court advocating for him, saying free Diddy. Yeah, you get to find out who is really with you and who is not. I think at this point, you know, every celebrity wanted to stay away from this because they might be sniping. They might be sniping. They might be like, Jay-Z, bring your ass over here and say some good words and see how fast we pull some shit up on you. Who else? I think the only one that was crazy enough to do it was Kanye West. But Kanye West been crazy since day one. Y'all remember when Kanye West got on it was the MTV Music Awards? And Kanye West was like, thank you, I appreciate the awards and stuff. And went to go say a speech, and he was like, George Bush don't care about black people. George Bush was the president at the time. The whole friggin' award ceremony, everybody went. You could have heard a pin drop in there. And then he said it again. So Kanye always been unorthodox. You know what I mean? He's self-made. Got his money up. He said, if y'all want me, come for me. I'm going to go support my brother. And he marched up to that courthouse and showed some support for Diddy. He's the only person. Everybody else is like, I got too much to lose, bro. I got too much to lose. I don't want them pulling me into this. And next thing you know, I'm in my own RICO case. Knowing that it's 67 pages though of judge, I told y'all what I think about this judge already, right? Okay. Let me just reiterate. I went and did some research on, because I seen the judge moving a certain kind of way, and although the decision will come from a jury, the judge can definitely influence that jury. So I seen the judge move in a certain kind of way that had me thinking, this judge probably don't really check for black people like that. And you have to put that into consideration when you're sitting in front of somebody who is non-black. So I went and looked up Judge Subramanian, looked up where he's from, his background. Okay. Found out in his community, they don't check for black people, especially those of African descent, African American, so to speak. They have a general consensus that they don't work, that they are largely criminals, and that the reason why the South Asians, his community, come to America and they are successful more than most of their kind, blacks, is because they work harder. And it's because they're not lazy, right? They don't look and say, well, you got a lot of them that are successful, and then you got a lot that aren't. They judge with a general across the board, stereotypical kind of lazy people, criminals kind of thing. And I'm not saying that he is, because there's always an exception to a community. Just like how all white people ain't racist. But if you lock that one friend in a room with their kind and those black jokes are flying around, are they going to laugh at them? Or are they the type to be like, yo, I don't want to hear none of that. I got to go. Bye. Do they shun their own? Or do they enjoy the entertainment and then come back around you when it's done? You know what I mean? So which type is he? I watched where he could have thrown this case out. That was a legitimate ground to throw this case out. When Cassie's friend testified that Diddy hung her over the balcony in California, and Diddy's attorneys met with the prosecutors before that was testified in court and said he could not have hung her over a balcony in California because he was in New York. There was a major function happening in New York. He was there. We have all the hotel paperwork, hotel surveillance footage, everything timestamped from that period. He was not in California. The prosecution knew that, okay, that was not a valid piece of information to put into the courtroom, and they still put her on the stand and let her testify the same information that he hung her over the balcony in California at that time. So his attorney said, hey, judge, we met with them. We gave them proof that he couldn't have. They knew this, and they still put her up there. Now the jury pool is tainted. And you know what the judge said? They moved for a mistrial. The judge said, nah, I won't give a mistrial, but we can strike that testimony from the court records. You can strike that testimony all you want to, but you can't strike what the jury members already heard. You see that? Right. So while she was giving this gripping testimony and everybody on the edge of their seats like, damn, he hung her over the balcony? Wow. It's a wild dude. They're not going to remember when you say strike that from the record. They'll remember the girl talking about how she got hung over the balcony. You know what I mean? Yeah. I hate the word lazy. We stopped working for free and now we're lazy. He can't take a leap. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it too. When we started demanding pay for our work, we became lazy. When we started actually knowing our worth, then we became villains. Reggae girl, some feel some type of way because I have so many brothers who move like Diddy, and I wouldn't want that to happen to them. No woman, you know, are wicked. Yeah, you know what? We're not even gonna go any further with the Diddy thing. I was trying to end at 11, and then we went to 11:30, and now it's almost 12 midday. So we're gonna end right here. But while we're ending right here, I will put this out and say this. There's a thing called responsibility and accountability, and it's chasing some people, and they're running far and hard as hell trying to not let it catch up to them. Blame everybody except for myself. It's okay. Murray's Message 411 TV yesterday told us a story which she could have played the victim in that story, you know. Him coerce me end up in a situation where me never want. She said, no, I willfully did it, right? And it had to do with two guys, something that most people do and then hide it. And who, me? No, son, we would never do something like that. Nasty people do them something there. It's called accountability. So in Diddy's case, there is no accountability on the part of the women who enjoys all expense paid lifestyle of luxury. Like Jane said, he threatened me. Watch this. How did he threaten you? She said, well, he threatened not to give me my $10,000 a month allowance that he normally gives me if I didn't do the freak off. What? He threatened me. He threatened not to give me my $10,000 a month allowance if I didn't do the freak off. He pays for the house you're in. He pays all your bills. And he gives you $10,000 a month. This is the same person who said, I pitched a business idea to him one time and, you know, did the math to it. It was going to take about $20,000 to start up the business, or $15,000 to start the business. He gave me $20,000. Okay, did you start the business? No. What'd you do with the $20,000? I spent it. And that's on top of your $10,000 a month allowance, right? Yeah, that $10,000 a month is just a deal that we made, and it's for like shopping and stuff. Just for me, for my, you know. So fellas, remember this. Today, she could very much be that freaky girl who wants to try new things and is into this and into that, and I can let myself go with you because you won't judge me. And tomorrow, you could be in a federal courtroom being charged with because you coerced her after she wakes up from all her decisions that she regrets. Now you coerced her and forced her and end up in a situation like this. In other words, then, move wise from now, so you don't have to defend yourself later. Because I'm sure if Diddy knew that this was coming down the pipeline, he wouldn't have done none of this with none of who he did all this with. And it's not like there aren't an abundance of people out there who would gladly have done all this with him and then more. We'll keep waiting to see where this one. I don't think there'll be a verdict today, but if there is, we'll be back. If not, I'll see you tomorrow morning if God spare my life. Like my grandfather said. Like my grandmother said, though, be good. If you can't be good, be careful, but it's best to be good. All right? One love. I'm out. Peace.